A God in Chains, written by B. Humphrey, narrated by Kai Lanner. Chapter 1. The jungle carried sound like a drum. Every burst of automatic fire rolled through the trees and came back from a dozen directions, so the ruin felt surrounded even when it wasn't. Roxy Kane kept her cheek against a slab of lichen-slick stone, counted the rhythm of bullets chewing bark off the ceiba behind her, and waited for the half-second breath the shooters used to check their sights. She slid quick and low to the next pillar. Warm air smelled of crushed leaves and cordite. 2 villagers, teenagers, more bone than meat, pressed themselves flat in the trench beside the foundation blocks. Eyes huge above sweat and dust. "Back to the village path," Roxy said, calm and even. "Hands on the rope line. Go now." They went because her voice made it sound simple. That was a trick she'd learned in bad places. Simplicity turns fear into motion. She glanced past the pillar. A mercenary in a gray ballistic vest moved between toppled stones, rifle sweeping. Roxy palmed her father's old Sheffield knife, set it between teeth for a second while she tightened the strap of her climbing axe. The axe wasn't elegant, but it never jammed. A shout in Spanish from deeper in the site, orders to hold the eastern trench. The mining company's private army had picked a rotten day to clear locals off sacred ground. The Quechua elders had sent a whisper through a back channel 3 days earlier. They'd lost a ceremonial idol the size of a hand, and the mercs had a helicopter waiting. The provincial authorities didn't want trouble. The museum Roxy contracted for didn't want press. Nobody wanted blood. Roxy wanted the idol back in a climate-controlled case with the elders where it belonged. She raised 2 fingers. Wait. The gunfire paused. She rolled, broke cover, and the axe flashed once. The rifle clattered. She dragged the merc behind a buttress before his friend turned. Quiet breath in, slow breath out. No one saw. The jungle swallowed small noises greedily. 2 at the north wall, another on the scaffold, a voice murmured through her earpiece. Pasha Levin's signal came in clean despite the canopy. He was 4 countries away, chewing on a pen cap and watching drone feed. "Your window opens in 5. "Copy," she said. "Any civilians left inside the fence?" 3. "Kitchen shed, huddled. Keep me honest. Always." Roxy loped along the temple's right flank, boots sliding over chalky dust. She kept to shadows cast by log beams the looters had thrown across trenches. The ruin had been a stepped platform once. Mining test bores had eaten a jagged bite out of one corner, and that's where the mercs had stacked crates of blasting gel and fuel. Another roll of her shoulder, and she could see the helicopter through a gap in leaves, tail rotor ticking as if bored. A merc stepped onto the scaffolding and swept his muzzle lazily toward the tree line. He wore a blue armband, the company's idea of discipline. Roxy put a round through the plank 1/2 meter in front of him. Splinter slashed his face and he ducked. She fired twice more, hitting wood, not him, making him scramble backward until his boot caught a cable. He swung out, yelling, and Roxy shot the cable anchor. The metal shrieked, the scaffold tipped. He dumped into a silted pool with a noise like a body dropped down a stairwell. Movement to her left, 2 more vests taking advantage of the commotion. She slid behind a jaguar carving so ancient the stone snout had been worn smooth by centuries of hands. Her own palm found the same spot instinctively. Dr. Alistair Kane had once told her at a dig in Luxor, "People lie. Stone doesn't." She could hear him as if he were here, light with humor and sand in his voice. She touched the signet ring on the chain beneath her shirt. "Rule 2. Never leave the way you came in." The 2 mercs tried to flank. Roxy rose in a single motion, pivoted off the jaguar's haunch, and met the first with the flat of the axe to his forearm. His rifle fell. She hooked his vest, dragged him forward, and let his momentum feed a knee into his stomach. The second fired a burst too high. Heat kissed her cheek as a round spark cut stone. She took 2 steps, dropped, and mule-kicked his shin. He fell across his friend, both cursing. She took their comms and magazines, shoved them under a slab, and went still. The ruin breathed around her. trees whispering, a skitter of iguana feet, the measured wheeze of a generator in a tent beyond the south wall. The kitchen shed. Civilians. She scanned the site. The helicopter crew had noticed the flurry. The tail rotor ticked harder. "Roxy," Pasha said in her ear, tone sharpening. "Heat signatures converging from west. Looks like 5. Copy? Do this clean, Roxy, one at a time. Keep count for me. 4 now. One stop to tie his boot." In her head, she sorted the map of the ruin like a museum display, corners labeled in a curator's hand. The idol, a jaguar mask with chips of obsidian inlaid for eyes, would be packed separately if they were smart. Crates near the helicopter. She needed to cut the mercs off from the chopper and give the villagers a way out. Simple, if the jungle cooperated. She crossed open ground, fast and low. On the way, she slashed one fuel line with the knife, just enough of a leak to make the crew curse and pull tools. The helicopter chief shouted for attack. That pulled 2 rifles off the perimeter, just enough for her to slide into the shadow of the kitchen shed and tap on the corrugated side. A woman inside stifled a cry. "Friends," Roxy said softly, "eyes forward. When I call, run to the rope on the east trench and follow it into the trees. Don't stop for anything." "Kien," the woman began. "Reclaims," Roxy said. The single word the elders had used when they begged for help. It wasn't theft when you took back what had been stolen. Another burst of fire tore leaves from the shed's roof. Roxy leaned out, fired twice into rubble to keep heads down, and made for the blasting crates. 2 mercs shouted when they saw her vector. Perfect. She wanted them looking at her, not at the civilians. She vaulted the trench and slid into the shadow of a canvas-topped pallet just as bullets stapled holes into it. She primed a flashbang from the pouch slung at her hip, counted 3, and rolled it under the pallet's far edge. White light and a sound like a bell made of knives. She stepped out while their vision tunneled, took rifles with clean, economic movements, and thumbed safeties before dropping them into the pit. One of the mercs tried to lunge. She snapped a wrist lock that put him face down on stone. "Stay," she said. He did. 2 left at the north gate, Pasha said. "Helicopter crew distracted. You have 90 seconds before the rotor spins hot." She sprinted. The jungle opened into a pocket of light where a ceiba rooted itself like a mountain. Bullets spanged the bark and made dust fountains from dry earth. Roxy dove behind the trunk and caught her breath in quick, measured pulls. The ceiba was as broad as a cottage, its buttress roots flaring out like wings. Bullets thudded into it until her teeth buzzed. She reloaded. The magazine clicked home. Another heartbeat of quiet, then a human shape slid next to her in the mud, face streaked with river clay, hat gone, hair matted with sweat. He lay on his back as if he'd crawled the last meters, and stared up at the widening hole in the canopy. "Miss Kane," he wheezed, voice apologetic and earnest and utterly wrong for the moment. "Terribly sorry to disturb you, but there's a Mr. Eamon Kade here to see you." Roxy blinked. She kept firing with her other hand, 3 controlled bursts to keep the last 2 shooters honest. "What?" she said, not turning her head. The guide jabbed a finger toward a nearby palm, where a man in khakis peered around as if afraid the tree might cite him for loitering. Late 30s, maybe, lean in the academic way, eyes bright despite the heat. He gave Roxy a small, hopeful wave. "I'm a little busy right now," she said. "Take your time," the guide added, as if this were a shop queue and not a firefight. "He says he can wait." Roxy closed her eyes for exactly the length of a heartbeat. "Of course he can." She slid the spare mag into her vest. "Hold this position." The guide nodded gratefully and went flatter than a leaf. Roxy slithered away from the trunk, belly low and meeting the earth. The ground was hot and sharp. Ants marched on her sleeve in a determined line. She moved along the ceiba's roots, using their ribs as cover, then veered into a shallow wash that curved behind the shooters' line. The jungle there stank of wet clay and old leaves. She kept the axe tight against her forearm. It was quiet, and the sound of it felt like her father's hand on her shoulder. She heard them before she saw them. 2 men, one breathing through his mouth with the wet rasp of a smoker. the other whispering that he couldn't see a damn thing. Their rifles pointed outward, toward the tree where she'd left a ghost, not inward where she moved. She rose just enough to see the angle of their elbows. The smoker had a scar down his neck that jumped when he swallowed. She filed that away without meaning to. The first move was the loudest. She popped, fired once to take the smoker high in the shoulder, enough pain to make him forget everything but himself. The second heard the shot and turned, too late. Roxy slid in, hooked his rifle with the axe head, yanked backward, and let the weapon spin into her hands. She reversed, slammed the butt into his temple, and felt him go limp in the way that meant a concussion and a future headache, not a funeral. "Clear," Pasha said, with an exhale audible all the way from Europe. "Perimeter's yours. Crew's still arguing about the leak you gave them." "Good." Roxy backed the second merc into the root shadows, stripped his comms, and zip-tied his wrists with a tie coiled around her belt. She checked the smoker. Tourniquet, tight and high. He swore at her in 2 languages. She didn't answer either. The jungle began its slow reclaim of sound. Insect scraping, the thin trill of a bird, a distant cough of the generator. Roxy stood, rolled her shoulders, and let her breath climb out of the narrow place it hid when she fought. The tree's shade stuck to her skin like warm paint. She turned toward the palm where the man in khakis waited and gave him a flat look. He brightened as if she'd rolled out a red carpet. "Eamon Kade," he said, stepping carefully into the little clearing and holding his hands well away from his sides. He had the mannerisms of a museum that still polishes its floors. "Roxy Kane," she said, already moving past him. "Hold that thought." He blinked. "Of course." She crossed the ruin to the crates near the helicopter. The chief had the fuel line in pieces by then, cursing a stream that would earn him a bar of soap in any house run by grandmothers. He didn't see her. She ducked around the pallet, found the crate marked with the mining company's hammered logo, slid her knife under the lid, and levered. Nails squealed. Inside, under foam, lay bundles of wrapped artifacts. The kind of thing a court case takes apart with tweezers years later while everyone pretends not to know how they got there. The idol was where she expected, wrapped in old cloth so its carved obsidian wouldn't chip. She unwrapped it with both careful hands. The jaguar mask's surface was smoother than riverstone. Somebody had touched it every day for generations. The obsidian eyes swallowed every splinter of sun. She felt how wrong it would be to leave it with men who measured worth by weight. "There you are," she whispered, and eased it into the padded sling she'd sewn into her pack. It nested as if made for it. She closed the pack, hooked it across her chest, and turned. Eamon Kade stood at a polite distance, hands still out a little, like a man approaching a wary stallion. He was taller than she'd first judged, the lines at the corners of his eyes cut by sun and not worry. He'd taken off his hat, khaki all the way down to his socks, a man allergic to color, and his hair had been domesticated by wind. Academic handsome, if you liked a little dust on your pages. "You've got the exact style and—" he began. She cut him off with a look that she could have framed and sold. The helicopter crew had finally realized the fuel line wouldn't stop bleeding by yelling at it. One of them pointed toward the crates, mouth opening for alarm. Roxy gave him the barest shake of her head. He hesitated, the universal pause of a person considering whether a stranger knew something he didn't. He decided he didn't want to find out. His mouth closed. He went back to yelling at the hose. "Walk," she told Kade. "We're going to the East Trench." He walked. "You're the kind of person," he said, "who moves like the problem's already solved." "Sometimes you just have to believe it already is." She lifted the rope line and gestured him under. The villagers she'd sent ahead were gone, swallowed by green. And sometimes the problem is men who think temples are mines. He nodded as if she'd confirmed a thesis. "I'm here about a temple that isn't really a temple." That's the kind of sentence that should come with a drink. "Several," he said. "And a favor. Professional, not personal." They reached the kitchen shed. The women inside had gone quiet with listening. Roxy put a hand against the corrugated steel once more. "Safe for now," she said in Spanish. When you hear the chopper lift, count to 100 and follow the rope. Gracias, señorita, came back, thin but steady. Roxy stepped away. The jungle's heat pressed her like a palm center of the chest. She caught Kade looking at the signet ring where it touched the hollow of her throat. Dr. Alistair Kane's daughter, he said softly. I must say it's more than an honor to finally meet you. She didn't gift him the smile that wanted to rise. That's me, she said in a flat, matter-of-fact tone. I admired his papers on Aramaic graffiti, Kade said. Hold that thought, Roxy said again, softer now, not unkind. She swiped mud off her sleeve. The blood on her forearm had already begun to dry in lacework. She felt the edges of tired sneaking up but did not invite them in. If you've flown to the middle of nowhere to ask me to steal a souvenir, you're wasting a fine pair of boots. I don't want a souvenir, he said. I want history back where it belongs. That almost earned him her full attention. He wasn't lying. She was good at hearing it when people did. She lifted her chin toward the service trail. Let's get cleaned up. If you still have a job after I've had water and a minute of air that doesn't smell like molten rubber, I'll listen. I'll still have it, he said. I've had it my whole life. Interesting, she thought. They skirted the ruin's edge. Pasha's voice slid through her earpiece. Police convoy on the highway, 30 minutes out. I stirred an anonymous hornet's nest. Good, Roxy said. Tell our pilot to bring the bird in after the chopper leaves. Same pad. Roger. Kade stepped over a cracked vase with the care of a man avoiding a cat's tail. How do you prefer I pitch this? He asked. The short version or the scholarly redundant version? Short, she said, because short reveals whether a story has any real bones. We'll also need coffee. I can promise both, he said, and tried on a smile that had charmed grant committees and librarians from Budapest to Berkeley. It didn't bounce off her, it simply slid by without purchase. At the rope line's end, where the trees thinned into a rutted road, she stopped. The jungle steamed. The rotor on the company helicopter finally wound up, impatient. Men ducked and ran, insignificant in the wash of dust. The aircraft rose, nosed east, and dwindled until it was a dragonfly on the horizon. All right, she said, looking Kade full in the face for the first time. The green built a frame around him, leaves like spears, a smear of macaw red far off, the tight blue edge of sky. You found me in a gunfight, interrupted politely, and survived. That's either good timing or the universe making fun of me. Possibly both. What's the job, Dr. Kade? He pulled a waterproof pouch from his pocket and unrolled a thin bronze fragment shaped like the letter C, etched with cramped letters that ran in two scripts at once. He held it out with the reverence of a man handing over a newborn. I need your help to find the other half of this, he said. It's called the Veil Key. If the legends are right, it's the only thing that can unbind a very old lie. She didn't take the bronze, not yet. She looked at his face instead, the part of people that tells you whether they'll keep faith when things get loud. I don't do fairy tales, she said. I know, he answered, not offended. But you do reclaims, and if I'm right, this will be the biggest reclaim in history. She considered the line of the road, the direction of the wind, the way the jungle closed behind them as if it had never been parted. Her father's voice came again. Not admonition, only memory. History belongs to the people, not to tyrants. Coffee, she said. A shower that doesn't involve a bucket, then your pitch. If it sounds like bullshit, I'm out. If it sounds like science, history, and archaeology, I'll listen. Kade laughed once, relieved a little. It's history, all right, he said. At least, that's where it starts. Doesn't everything, Roxy said, and set off toward the village. Chapter 2. The cantina sat where the packed earth ended and the river breeze started. A tin roof rattled when a gust came through the banana trees. The air smelled of limes, diesel, and the sweet wet of rain that hadn't arrived yet. Roxy took the corner table under the single, slow fan because it put her back to a wall and a clean line to the door. She set the Jaguar idol sling across her lap, wrapped in canvas, and let her pulse come down. Eamon Kade arrived 5 minutes late and looked apologetic about it in a way that seemed sincere. He had shed the hat and most of the dust, washed his face at the pump out back, and traded field khakis for a clean shirt from a dry bag. The shirt didn't match the jungle. He didn't either. He carried a waterproof roll and a notebook bound in sun-faded red leather. The server came and went. 2 coffees, a plate of fried plantains, cold water sweating in a bottle. Kade waited for the server to be out of earshot before he sat. "Thank you for hearing me out," he said. "You walked into a firefight," Roxy said. "You get 10 minutes for bravery." "Fair." He set the red notebook on the table but kept a hand on it. "You do recoveries," he said. "Museums, ministries, cultures that don't have lawyers or armies." "Yep, that covers the brochure." "I need a recovery, not theft." He glanced at the sling on her lap. "Like that." "The idol belongs to the people who carved it," she said. "They asked for help. I had a gap in my schedule." "And a code," he said, nodding. "Good. That's why I'm here." Roxy took a drink of water. The glass clicked gently against her teeth. "The short version, please." "Go." Kade unrolled the waterproof bundle and slid the fragment across the wood between them. Bronze, half a palm wide, curved slightly as if it had once been part of a circle. Its surface carried 2 scripts laid over one another. Latin letters in a cramped scholar's hand, and a second line cut deeper, curled and precise, that didn't belong to any Roman alphabet she knew. Roxy didn't touch it. She let her eyes work. "Period." "1st to 2nd century," he said. "The bronze tests out. Patina's right. The cutwork on the inner line is older, though. It's not Roman. It's not Greek, either. It matches sigils I've seen in apocryphal Solomonic texts and one fragment I held for 14 seconds in a monastery library before they slammed the case." He drew a circle in the ring of water his glass had left. "This is one half of a relic called the Veil Key. The legend says it can part a binding placed on a divine object. I think that means a garment, a cloak, something impressed with sigils that binds its wearer in silence or in place. Possibly both." "Binds them," Roxy said. "Are you talking magic and woo-woo?" "Well, yes and no," he said, and smiled with one corner of his mouth, quick and self-aware. "The myths and magic surrounding the object means little. What's important is that it is still missing and in need of being found, or recovered, if that sounds better for you. This is a promise of discovery. The magic is merely the handle. The relic itself is the true magic." She reached out and finally touched the fragment with one fingertip. The metal felt cool to the touch. "Where did you get it?" she asked. "An estate in Palermo," he said. "A Jesuit family line with boxes of papers that should have been in an archive. I traded half my grants and 2 favors I'll hate paying for. There were notes." He tapped the red leather. "Ciphers, cross-references nobody made sense of at the time because they didn't have this." He tapped the metal. "With this, the notes point to a place." "Where?" "A monastery in a glacial valley that isn't on any current survey," he said. "The Vale of Aram. It predates the modern map by 1,000 years. A group called the Ordo Taciturni, Custodes Velimenis, Order of the Taciturn, Guardians of the Vale. They keep texts there. Their last mention is 17th century. After that, dust." "And you think the other half is there?" "I do. I think the other half was hidden there by people who understood it better than anyone since," he said. "If they're gone, it may still be sitting in a box under a roof beam with mice." She leaned back. The table wobbled a little, and she set her boot against a leg to steady it. "I don't do treasure hunts for fairy keys," she said. I recover real history from real thieves." Kade took that without flinching. "Roxy, may I call you Roxy?" "You already did." "Roxy, I'm not asking you to buy into the last chapter. I'm asking you to help me with the first one. We test it, we publish, world gets an amazing piece of history and a story that makes the early centuries make just a little more sense." He looked past her shoulder for a second, not distracted, but choosing his words. "And if the legends are more than metaphor, if there is a binding like the texts describe, we'll have what it takes to unbind it." She kept her face even. "Unbind what, exactly?" He kept his voice level. "There are photographs in private collections of cells beneath Rome," he said. "Photographs of figures chained deep in the catacombs under Vatican City. If they are political prisoners, which they may be, I want them out. If there is something else hidden down there, the world gets the truth. Not a rumor that keeps men rich in dangerous rooms." He slid the red notebook across. "Look." The pages smelled faintly of paper that had lived through too many climates. He had marked the edges with neat tabs. Roxy opened to the first. Grainy black and white. A corridor cut from rock, edges softened by time. The camera had been held too long. Motion blur left a ghost trail to the right. But the iron bars in the image were iron bars, and the figure inside the cell had a shoulder tense in a way stone didn't copy well, and eyes that caught the lens as pleading for help. She turned the page. Another corridor. A pair of hands through a hatch at chin height, fingers curled, joints knotted like roots. A date scratched in the margin by a different hand. 1857. Another plate, a blurred image of a vaulted chamber where something like a spear hung from a chain above a low chair. "Could be a 19th century prison," she said. "Could be staged with a tired cousin and a good prop. Nothing here says here and now. Nothing says living prisoners. Where did these come from? An archivist in Prague," he said. "A man who has a habit of being in the right place when the last copy of a thing passes from one hand to another. He is careful. He lent me these for 2 nights and sat in a chair in the hallway watching me." Roxy hid a smile in her cup. "Luca." Kade lifted his eyebrows. "You know him?" "I do, and his bookstore," she said. "Then we're already past our first problem," he said, leaning forward in a way that made the fan move a little air across the table. "I want to stop in Prague, with the fragment. He'll know how the thing is meant to fit and if it's what I think it is." The server set another plate of plantains between them and shuffled away. Roxy took one and bit the end. Hot, crisp, a little salty. "What's your stake?" she asked. "Beyond a name on a paper." Kade considered that and didn't reach for a line that made him a hero. "A long time ago, I stood in the necropolis under St. Peter's and realized how much truth we let become legend because it keeps us comfortable," he said. "My mentor went into the Vatican archives and never came out with what he went in for. He came back quiet and old in a day. 2 weeks later, he walked into the Tiber with stones in his pockets." He looked away for the first time, not to gather himself, only to make room for the facts to sit between them. "I want to know what they took out of him," he said. "If there are people under that city in chains, I want them unchained. If there is more than that." He paused for a moment. "If there is more, it belongs to everyone, not to a dusty ancient old prison." Roxy didn't speak for a time. She could hear her father in that quiet. History belongs to the people, not to tyrants. He had said it after a museum director told him to sit on a fine for a year so it could be announced at a gala with the right guests. She slid the fragment back toward him and wiped her finger on a napkin. "If this is what you think it is and it opens nothing, we take it to a lab and the right museum. The article gets written. If it opens something, we decide what to do when we know what's in front of us. There won't be any tricks, Eamon." He took the medal back and rolled it into the waterproof bundle. No tricks, he said. I've come to you because I know you don't need them. Her earpiece clicked twice. Pasha, low so only she would hear. Local police swept the site, he said. You did good. No civilian casualties. Your pilot's on the pad in 40. Copy, she said. Then, without looking up, You're good for a plane tonight. Kade nodded. Lima, then Madrid, then Prague. I preferred to travel like we haven't stolen anything. She pointed at the sling in her lap. We haven't. Exactly, he responded. Oh, and one more thing, Roxy. If you decide to do this, we must do it off the books, off the record, and without the help of your friend in your earpiece. She thought for a moment, then tossed a plantain up into the air and caught it in her mouth. That's fine. I do my best work without help. Somehow I already knew that. He smiled. The first hard line of rain moved across the road like a drawn curtain. It hit the cantina roof and the fan's rhythm vanished in the roar. Heat bled out of the air in a relieved sigh. Roxy stood and shouldered the pack. She left money under the water bottle, enough for food and the way the owner's hands had shaken when the first shots were fired an hour earlier. She paused, then said a little more by the plate, and looked at Kade until he understood. He added cash, neat and square. They stepped into the rain. It hit like a wall and then stopped feeling like anything as skin gave up and accepted it. The dirt road became a sheet of slick clay. Kade kept up without complaining, which won him points he wouldn't hear about. The helicopter waited at a pad hacked out of scrub near the bend. The pilot sat with a headset around his neck, chewing a piece of sugarcane. He raised 2 fingers. Roxy raised 2 back. They ran bent low to the rotors. Inside, the engine thumped and the world became a machine. Kade clipped in and pulled the door shut. Roxy put the idle sling across her knees and strapped it to the seatbelt with 2 practiced motions. We make 1 stop to drop this off back in its rightful place, then off to our destination. Kade nodded. The helicopter pulled free of the earth. The village shrank to roofs that looked like coins in a well. The helicopter settled on the airstrip. Pasha's voice slid into her ear again while they waited at customs. Itinerary uploaded. Madrid connection is tight. I bought you 2 extra minutes with a gate change the airport doesn't know it made yet. Don't ask. You're a saint, she said. Noted. Also, your contact in Prague texted a smiley face made entirely of punctuation I don't recognize. He says, Voltaire will judge you. Voltaire always does. Kade heard enough to follow. You really do know him, he said, amused. They boarded late, buckled in, sat through the listing of exits. Outside, the sky smoothed as the engine sang. In the aisle, a child dragged a small suitcase like a pet and hummed under her breath. Roxy closed her eyes, but not to sleep. She laid out a cathedral of steps in her head. Prague, Lucca, a basement that smelled like cloves and lamp oil, a relic that might be a key. Another adventure has begun. Another adventure has begun. Chapter 3. The taxi left them a block from the river to spare its shocks the cobbles. Evening laid a copper wash over the old town roofs and turned the Vltava to a moving mirror. Roxy led the way on foot. She didn't need the address. She could have found the shop blind by the smell of it. Paper and dust and the faint bite of lamp oil mixed with cloves that lived in the stones. The front windows still leaned at a tired angle with first editions crowding each other behind the glass. A cardboard placard said closed, even though the door was unlocked. That was Luca's idea of privacy. Roxy opened the door, and the bell made a sound like a spoon on thin crystal. The shop looked the same. Books hung from the ceiling, on nylon line as if they had learned to float. A brass telescope pointed at the back wall where there was no sky. The counter was a scarred plank of oak that had survived several wars and most likely a few divorces. The cat sat on it like a small lord and raised one ear when the bell sang. Voltaire, Roxy said. You look like you lost an argument with a nap. The cat narrowed golden eyes in that particular way cats have when they are about to forgive you or draw blood. He chose forgiveness and leapt to her shoulder, then to the top of a stack of atlases, then back to the counter where he sat and pretended none of that had just happened. Luca Veris looked up from behind a pile of folios where he had been making notes in a hand that never learned to be patient. He wore a white shirt under a gray vest, sleeves rolled to the elbow, a tie loosened to the top of his sternum. Ink lived on his fingers and the edge of his jaw where he had scratched without thinking. The smile arrived before the words and made him look 20 years younger than the hair that had lost the argument with Gray. "You are late," he said, and came around the counter with his arms wide and embraced her. "Also perfect." Roxy always enjoyed his hugs. They were warm and smelled like books and cloves. He held her at arm's length and looked her over. "You are thin, and you have a new scar. Peru?" "Yes." "Of course." Luca grinned when he saw Kade. "Dr. Kade in the flesh, the man who sends packages wrapped like relics and footnotes his emails." Kade returned the grin, shaking his hand. "Wonderful to see you again." Luca pulled the shade on the door and latched the bolt. A woman in a red coat glanced in as she passed and accepted the rejection with a shrug. He led them past the counter, past a curtain that had once been theater velvet, past a charcoal sketch on the stair that always made Roxy stop. A young man held a torch under a vault, his face lit like a saint. Luca had never told her who drew it, but she had always suspected it was him. The stairs down were narrow and cold. The air changed at the second landing where the wood became stone. "I received your last package," he said to Roxy. "The museum certificate was atrocious. I fixed it so it will fail in all the right places if anyone tries to pass it off as pre-war. It will survive the archive." "Thank you," Roxy said. "Always. Voltaire, come. We have guests who need judging." The cat followed with silent elegance. He reached the bottom before them and jumped onto a broad table scarred by compass points and wax drops. Shelves ran a slow circle around the room, loaded to the ache point with books. In niches rested objects that should not have been in a museum. A glass hand with every line etched into it. A Roman votive tablet with a curse scratched on the back. A set of bronze keys that had never turned a modern lock. Luca slid a heavy bolt and opened a second door. The real archive lay beyond. The walls were brick and vaulted. The lights were low and kind to old paper. A table took up the center and held 2 open codices, one Greek, one Latin, their pages resting on foam cradles shaped like altars. "No phones," Luca said. "No photographs, no pens. If you wish to write, the pencils are there. You may breathe, but please do not cough, sneeze, or expel any unfortunate fluids." He looked at Kade's hands. "Now, show me what magic it is that you wield." Kade set the roll on the table and unwrapped it as if it might bite. The fragment of bronze looked smaller in this room. Luca did not reach for it. He leaned in until his breath fogged a small circle on the metal, and then he wiped that without apology and leaned in again. "The inner script," Luca said. "Not Greek or Roman. You guessed Solomon's hand because you've heard the right legends and studied the wrong apocrypha. You're close, but this isn't Solomon. It's older. The outer writing is Latin, added centuries later, probably by someone trying to make sense of what they found. Put it under the glass." Kade slid the fragment beneath the lens. Luca adjusted the light until the markings came alive under its glow. The inner lines looped and crossed in shapes that didn't belong to any alphabet Roxy had seen. "It's a fragment," Luca said quietly. "Half of a circular device. It looks ceremonial, like a crown. This curve here aligns with something larger, a missing piece. Together they would form a kind of release mechanism. What it opens or releases, I don't know." "A key, maybe," Kade said. "In principle," Luca replied. The Latin margin names the order that hid it. Custodes Veliminis. Roxy leaned in and read aloud. Guardians of the Veil. Yes, Luca said. They were monks, a forgotten sect that settled deep in the Himalayas long before the maps caught up. The Veil of Aram. That's where their monastery stands. It was erased from the record sometime in the 17th century. I suppose that's where your missing piece lies. And this order? Roxy asked. What were they guarding? Something they believed should never be found again, I assume. Luca looked up from the lens. Every record that mentions them ends the same way. Blank pages and burnt edges. They took their secrets to the grave. He straightened and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I can give you the location of the valley, though it won't be exact. No modern survey shows it. The mountain range shifts, the snow hides paths, and the glaciers move faster than you'd think. That's fine, Roxy said. We'll find it if it's there. I'll send you with what I have. Luca pulled a small index card and sketched the shape of the valley, a rough outline with a single note in the corner. Do not camp near the black ice or upside-down trees. He handed it to Roxy, not Kade. You keep it. He'll file it away with his papers and forget where he put it. Kade smiled faintly. Probably true. Take some local guides, Luca said. Don't tell them who you are or why you're there. Just tell them you're sightseeing. If you find the other half of that device, get it out fast and get back here. Meanwhile, I'll do some investigating of my own. Roxy slid the fragment back into its roll and felt the weight settle in her pack. And if we find more than that? Luca's eyes lingered on her for a moment. Then history will decide what to do with you. Chapter 4. The helicopter lifted away with a roar that vanished almost at once, eaten by the mountains. When the sound was gone, what remained was the thin hiss of the wind across stone and the ticking of metal cooling in the cold. Roxy watched the aircraft disappear into cloud, the blades a blur swallowed by white. Then there was only silence and the weight of altitude pressing on her chest. She turned her collar up. Well, she said. Welcome to nowhere. Dr. Eamon Kade gave a tight nod, his breath coming out in a cloud. Smells like adventure. Their Sherpa guides were already unloading the last of the gear. The older one, Durja, worked in silence, his face a map of years spent in this place. His nephew, Nima, was younger, quick to grin, and careful with the ropes. Both men had the calm, practical strength of people who had learned that the mountain didn't care about anyone's hurry. Roxy tightened her gloves and looked out over the trail ahead. It wasn't much of a trail, just a line of prayer flags vanishing into a throat of fog. Beyond that was the glacier, ridged like the back of something enormous asleep under snow. She could hear water somewhere beneath the ice, a distant liquid heartbeat. They set out mid-morning, the sun weak behind gauze. The air was dry enough to burn the lungs. Roxy led, Durja behind her, then Kade, then Nima carrying the last of the packs. Every step squeaked in the snow. Above them, the peaks caught light like glass knives. By noon they were climbing through a narrow defile where rocks pressed close on either side. Roxy glanced back to check Kade's pace. He was falling behind, bent over his trekking pole, lips cracked from the cold. Altitude, he said when he caught her looking. She stopped and handed him a flask. Drink. Small sips, slow breathing. You go too fast, your blood forgets what to do. He nodded, took a drink, and looked up toward the ridgeline. Do you think you'd ever get used to this? I doubt it, she said. Probably just stop noticing how much it hurts. That made him laugh, and the sound rolled oddly in the thin air, too brittle to last long. The first village appeared near dusk, a scatter of stone huts half buried in snow, smoke drifting from one chimney. Goats watched them pass with unblinking eyes. A woman stepped out of a doorway and offered them bowls of steaming tea, her hands red from cold. The tea smelled of salt and something fermented. Kade managed a polite thank you and drank half of it before Roxy could warn him. His face tightened, but he finished the cup out of politeness. Dorja and Nima spoke quietly with the woman. Roxy caught a few words in Nepali, and one repeated often. Migu. She filed it away. They camped that night on a shelf overlooking the valley. The stars came out sharp and blue, so many it looked like someone had cracked open the sky. The air was so clear Roxy could see the breath of the guides drifting toward the peaks. The fire was small, just enough to keep fingers alive. Around it, the night pressed close. Dorja passed them bowls of rice mixed with dried meat. Nima poured steaming hot butter tea and handed Roxy a cup with both hands, as if the warmth itself were sacred. "What's migo?" she asked when they had eaten. Dorja's eyes lifted from the fire. For a moment he didn't answer. Then, in careful English, "Old one, white one, walks when the storm walks." Roxy smiled slightly. "Every mountain's got a ghost story." He nodded slowly. "But this mountain's ghost has teeth and claw." Kade looked between them. "That doesn't sound reassuring." Roxy pulled her coat tighter and leaned toward the fire. That night, the temperature fell past anything sane. The tents creaked, the canvas rimmed with frost. Roxy woke once to silence so complete she thought she had gone deaf. She sat up, listening. The faint sound of something scraping the snow outside. A slow dragging sound that made her skin crawl. "Dorja?" she whispered. No answer. The sound came again, closer this time, like a boot through crusted ice. She reached for her flashlight and unzipped the tent an inch. A swirl of snow blew in, stinging her face. Beyond the beam, the dark moved. Something tall crossed the edge of the horizon, a suggestion of shape, maybe fur, maybe nothing at all. She froze, breath shallow. The thing stopped as if it had seen her, then stepped backward and was gone. The wind picked up, and the sound was swallowed by it. She zipped the tent and waited. Her pulse thudded in her ears. After a while, she heard Kade shift in his tent beside hers. "You awake?" he whispered. "Yeah." "I heard something walking." "I know. Me too." They listened together, but whatever had been there had moved on. When sleep finally came back to her, it came in pieces. Morning came hard and bright. The snow had turned to glittering crust. Dorja and Nima were already awake, boiling water, checking ropes. Roxy stepped out into the cold, her breath catching when she saw the marks around camp. Tracks, dozens of them. Some close, some circling. The snow was pressed deep where something heavy had stood. The shape was wrong for a man, too long in the foot, too wide in the stride. The pattern looped around each tent, then vanished toward the slope. Nima crouched beside one, tracing the edge with his glove. He looked up at her. "Not man or bear." Kade knelt beside him, eyes wide. "Whatever it was, it came close." Dorja said nothing. He picked up a handful of snow from the print and let it fall slowly through his fingers, as if testing for truth. Then he began to pray under his breath, each word drawn out like a step on thin ice. Roxy stood still, the cold forgotten. The air felt heavier now, the mountain listening. The trail ahead climbed into shadow, and for the first time since landing, she wondered what else the wind carried up there besides snow. Chapter 5. They broke camp fast. Roxy had the tents down in minutes. Dorja and Nima packed the stove and fuel with the neat, economical motions of men who had done it all their lives. Kade checked the fragment twice, then tucked it beneath his parka where the weight sat against his ribs like a second heartbeat. The morning light stayed thin. Cloud draped the ridge and turned the mountains into sketches. The trail rose in a series of switchbacks carved into old ice and wind-packed snow. Prayer flags snapped on a pole half buried in a drift. The cloth was worn to threads, but the colors still fought the weather. "You keep that mask on," Roxy said to Kade without looking back. "Short steps. Drink before you're thirsty." He grunted his answer. The altitude had carved hollows in his cheeks, but the line of his shoulders stayed steady. He wasn't turning back, and she respected that. Dorja led now, boots finding rhythm through the thin snow. Nima followed last, rope in hand, keeping their intervals close enough to reach if anyone slipped. They passed a field of standing stone set upright in the drifts. Some had faces carved into them, smoothed by time until only the eyes remained. Each one looked surprised to still be standing. Roxy slowed when she noticed the dark stains beneath a few of the stones. They were like melted hollows that hadn't refrozen. "Heat marks," she said quietly. Dorja's mouth tightened. "The Meagle walk where the ground does not freeze." By midday, the wind shifted. The ridge sang with a sound like wire under tension. They crossed a frozen river where the ice was clear as glass and full of trapped bubbles that looked like silver beads. Underneath, black water moved, slow and endless. When the light began to fade, they found shelter behind a slope of broken rock. Nima built a low wall of snow while Dorja anchored the tents close together. The temperature fell so quickly that the steam from their breath turned to frost in the air. Roxy took first watch. She moved a slow circle around the camp, counting steps, memorizing the shape of their small island of light. The cold bit the inside of her nose, a clean, stinging burn. The mountain loomed above them like a dark wall. They ate in silence. Dorja's tea tasted of salt and smoke. Kade's hands had stopped trembling, though the color had drained from his face again. "Storm coming," Dorja said simply. The light failed fast. Snow began in thin streams that thickened into curtains. The guides built a windbreak from tarps and rope, their movements quick and sure. Inside, the stove burned low. Roxy checked the guy lines twice, tightening each knot until her gloves froze stiff. She tied a small bell to the nearest rope so it would ring if something brushed it. Nima watched and tied another on the opposite side. Neither of them said why or spoke of it. Wind built through the night. It came in long, slow rises, then stopped without warning. Ice formed on the tents before it could melt from the stove's warmth. They lay in their bags, boots on, weapons close, listening to the mountain breathe. The first sound came soft, a tap against the outer flap. It could have been snow falling from the ridge above. Then another, heavier. Silence followed. The bell chimed once, then again, 3 times in a slow run, as if something had brushed it passing by. Roxy lifted her head. The wind had gone still. The stove's flame guttered, a pale blue pulse behind the thin fabric. Her heartbeat sounded too loud. Kade lay across from her, eyes open. He hadn't moved, but she knew he was awake. The tent rope gave a short, sharp creak, then another. Frost sifted from the seams above. Roxy slid her hand to the pistol beside her. The air felt heavy, stretched tight, as if the night were holding its breath. A single crunch came from outside, close enough to shake the snow from the fly. Then another, circling. The bell trembled and went still. Kade whispered, "Bear?" Roxy shook her head. "I don't think so." Something brushed the wall of the tent. The fabric drew inward, bowed by weight. For a moment it stayed that way, pressed into her space. Then it moved away. From the guides' tent came a muffled sound. Nima's voice, frightened, half awake. Durja answered him with a low prayer. Snow crunched again, circling the camp. The bells gave uneven tremors, one at a time. Then, stillness. The thing outside stopped near the guides. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. Then came a breath, long and dragging, ending in a deep click. It sounded like speech, but not from human vocal cords. Roxy's grip tightened. She aimed at the wall of canvas, waiting for it to tear open. The sound outside grew heavier. Each step pressed the snow until it cracked like glass under a hammer. A roar split the night. The tent walls shivered. It had weight and shape, a sound born from a throat that knew power and hunger. Kade jerked up. What was that? Roxy unzipped the flap enough to see. Cold air hit her skin, sharp as a blade. The guides' tent outline trembling in the dim blue light. The wall rippled once, then tore apart. Durja screamed. The cry stopped in mid-breath. A figure filled the gap in the storm, shoulders broad as the tent itself, arms long enough to drag in the snow. The fur across its chest steamed. Its breath poured out in clouds that glowed in the stovelight. The eyes burned gold against the dark. It pulled Durja out of the wreckage. His boots kicked once. Then the creature slammed him down and drove its hands into him. The sound was thick and wet. The snow went red around the impact. Roxy froze, her pulse hammering in her ears. The smell of blood cut through the frost, rich and metallic. A second shape entered the light, even larger. Its hair hung in ropes, the skin beneath raw and pale. It dropped to its hands and moved with a smooth, brutal grace. Nima stumbled from the tent, shouting Durja's name. He swung his ice axe once. The head of the weapon struck the creature's chest and bounced away. The beast caught him by the leg and lifted him from the ground. A snap followed. Then another, short and clean. It folded him like paper. Roxy's throat locked. Her hand shook around the pistol. Kade whispered behind her. What is it? She couldn't speak, only a small shake of her head. A third creature stepped out of the storm, larger than both. It lifted its head and released a roar that rolled through the valley. The ground vibrated. Get fully geared up, Roxy whispered. Kade nodded once and got into motion. The beast struck the ground with its fists again and again. The bells on the guidelines rang in wild bursts. The air carried a low rumble from deep inside the ridge. Roxy felt the tremor through her knees. It's breaking the slope, she whispered. Snow under her boots cracked. The surface sagged and shifted. Out! She yelled. She burst from the tent, cold burning her face. Kade followed, stumbling after her. The mountain moved. A rolling wave of white fell from above, growling, swelling, roaring. Roxy ran. The snow caught her after 3 steps. The impact knocked the air from her lungs. Sound vanished in the rush. Weight pressed from every side. She clawed upward, blind, lungs burning, mouth full of ice. The roar faded to a dull vibration. Then silence. The world stopped moving. The pressure held her still. Her right arm was trapped against her chest. She tried to breathe and found nothing but packed snow. Somewhere nearby, Kade's voice called her name once, faint and buried. Then, even that was gone. Chapter 6. Cold woke her. Her body felt locked in glass. She tried to move and found nothing answered. Only her right hand obeyed. fingers scraping against a wall of packed snow inches from her face. Her breath fogged the air and froze on her skin. The silence pressed against her ears. Every sound she made came back small and slow, swallowed by the weight around her. When she drew in air, it tasted faintly of metal. Her ribs burned. She forced herself to stay calm. Panic would waste oxygen. She pressed her thumb into her palm until she felt the sting of skin on skin. That pain meant she was still alive. One arm lay pinned beneath her body. Her legs were half buried, her hips twisted, her shoulder wedged in an angle she couldn't fix. She shifted a fraction at a time, trying to create space around her face. Snow flaked loose, cold dust falling down her cheek. She stopped when she heard the ice creak. The sound was deep, the kind that carries through bone. Then, nothing. A faint warmth brushed the side of her face. It came and went like breath. She turned her head toward it and began digging. Her fingers numbed instantly, but she kept at it. The packed snow gave slowly, her nails breaking through to a small hollow. Air touched her knuckles, dry and cold but moving. She dug wider, pulling handfuls of snow into her chest cavity until she could fit her arm through. Her hand found fabric, nylon, a torn edge of the tent. She pulled until the cloth ripped free, and with it came a pocket of air big enough to move her head. She gasped once, shallow and quick, then forced her breathing slow. Light appeared, weak and orange, flickering across ice. She turned her wrist and saw a flashlight half buried near her hip. It still worked. She freed it and shone it around. The beam glided over walls of pale blue. She was inside a bubble of frozen air, maybe 4 feet across. Something else caught the light. Cloth, leather, skin. She reached forward and brushed the frost away. A face stared back at her from inside the ice. Hollow sockets, teeth bared, the flesh gray and drawn tight as parchment. The helmet above it carried a faded insignia, a red band, a black shape lost under frost. A German soldier, sealed in the glacier like an insect in amber. Her throat went dry. She lifted the light higher. More faces appeared in the wall, 6 at least, maybe more behind them. They stood upright, pressed against each other, eyes frozen open. Rifles hung from their shoulders. The ice had kept every detail, a watch, a buckle, the edge of a photograph still clutched in one hand. She let the light drop to her lap. The dead had been standing when the avalanche took them. Their bodies formed a wall, and she was trapped behind it. A faint movement caught the edge of the light. She aimed it toward the far corner. The snow there bulged inward, a small pocket shifting with each breath of air that passed through it. Kade? Her voice cracked on the name. No reply. She crawled forward, pushing through the narrow passage. The snow scraped her back. Her boots caught once on a strap, then pulled free. Another few feet, and she found him. He lay on his side, face turned toward her, eyes closed. Blood had frozen across his temple. His hand was open, fingers blue at the tips. Kade, she said again, louder. Nothing. She pressed her fingers to his throat. A pulse fluttered under the skin. Weak, but there. She pulled the torn piece of tent around his shoulders and brushed the ice from his face. His eyelids moved. He coughed once, the sound ragged and wet. You're alive, she said. He nodded faintly. Couldn't tell for a minute. His voice rasped, low from cold. What happened? Avalanche. He looked past her, eyes focusing on the wall of ice behind them. I saw them before it hit. The creatures. They were standing on the ridge. One didn't move when the snow came. Roxy turned. The flashlight's beam crossed the frozen soldiers again, then stopped on a darker patch beyond them. Something large was embedded deeper in the ice. Not quite visible, but its outline was unmistakable. Broad shoulders, a long arm, fingers curled inward. Steam drifted from it, faint but real. Roxy's breath caught. Holy shit. Kade lifted his head weakly. It's alive. She watched the fog form again inside the ice, small bursts of vapor from where its mouth would be. Then stillness. The air pocket groaned. A shower of frost fell from the ceiling. Cracks traced their way through the ice near her knees. We have to move, she said. Where? She aimed the light down. A fissure split the floor, no wider than her shoulders, leading deeper into the glacier. A faint blue glow seeped from below. It's the only way. She slung his arm over her shoulder, and together they slid toward the opening. The ice squealed under their weight. She dropped first, hanging by her elbows, then lowered herself until her boots found a ledge. She reached up and guided him down after her. The tunnel curved and widened into a vast hollow. Light from above filtered through layers of ice, giving everything a dim, otherworldly glow. The air was warmer here, touched by something deeper within the mountain. They stood on a floor of packed snow surrounded by walls that shimmered with trapped air bubbles. The ceiling arched high overhead, cathedral-like. At the far end, the ice thinned to reveal stone. Roxy walked closer, brushing the surface with her glove. The wall behind the frost was carved, not natural. Symbols wound in circles and spirals. In the center sat an image she recognized. 2 figures, one bound in chains, one lifting a crown. Kade's voice came beside her, rough but certain. The guardians of the veil. This is their monastery. The floor trembled under them, a slow vibration, steady, alive. Behind the frozen soldiers above, something began to move. Roxy turned toward the sound. The ice at the far wall bulged outward. Cracks spread, thin white lines crawling through blue. A shape pressed forward. Run, she said. They went deeper into the cave, away from the sound. Behind them, the ice split with a roar. A rush of snow poured through the tunnel like a living thing. They stumbled down a slope that opened into a wide cavern lit from beneath by an unseen source. The air here smelled of old metal and stone dust. Roxy stopped and shone the light across the floor. Bodies lay scattered in frozen poses. German uniforms, gear, packs, rifles, all abandoned in panic, it appeared. Their faces turned toward the same doorway at the end of the hall. The doorway itself rose twice her height, cut from stone older than anything man-made she had seen. Carvings framed the edges, symbols repeating the same pattern found on the veil key. Roxy stepped forward, the beam following her hand across the symbols. They found it, she whispered, and it buried them. Behind her, Kade leaned against the wall, his breath shallow but steady. The glacier groaned again, long and low. She felt it through her boots, a vibration in the bones. The air turned colder. Kade whispered her name. The surface of the nearest ice wall began to crack, thin fractures spreading in all directions. Roxy grabbed Kade's arm. Go, now! They ran toward the stone door as the ice behind them shattered. They reached the archway and dove through as the glacier collapsed behind them. The sound rolled through the tunnels for a long time, until even the mountains seemed to fall silent to listen. Chapter 7. The crash faded behind them and left a heavy hush that felt nailed to the stone. Roxy caught herself on both palms, boots skidding, and stayed low until the floor stopped trembling. Snow dust hung in the air and glittered in the weak spill of her flashlight. The beam cut across flagstones worked by hands long ago. A line of carvings ran along the nearest wall, shallow from age, each cut packed with frost that flashed and went dim as her light moved. Roxy lifted her light and found the chamber around them. A high vault, columns thick as trees. The ceiling carried ribs like a great stone animal. The avalanche had chased them into the ribs of a buried cathedral. She dug into her jacket and pulled a second flashlight, passed it across. The two cones of light met and parted, skimming walls, waking images that had slept under ice for centuries. Figures in long robes stood shoulder to shoulder in shallow relief, heads covered, hands raised over a kneeling man whose features had been smoothed into a single bowed shape. Around the figures, sigils curved and crossed in patterns that made the eye want to look away. The designs had been cut with a chisel that understood geometry well. "Guardians," Kade said softly. "This is their work." Roxy walked the nearest column and found a wall sconce dark with soot. A torch lay in it, wrapped in old cloth that had dried to a crust. She tested the head with her thumb, and flint dust flaked under her glove. "Dry enough," she said. "Give me Spock." Kade fished a fire steel from a hip pocket, knelt and scraped until a brief fountain of sparks leaped. Roxy cupped both hands and fed the first lick of flame. The cloth caught, chewed, and woke. Orange ran up the wrap and settled into a steady burn. Smoke climbed the vault and vanished into the seams of the ceiling. They worked along the wall, lighting one, then another. Each new flame pushed the dark back a few steps and gave the carvings weight. The floor showed itself, a map of flagstones carved with lines that met in concentric circles around a central altar. The altar had frozen drips at its base where water had fallen for generations and then given up. Beyond it, in a shallow apse, 3 seated forms waited in hooded stillness, robes stiff under a skin of ice. Roxy kept her light high and walked. Ancient soot stained her gloves and came away like ash from an old hearth. With each torch, the chamber grew warmer in color. Shadows took their places in the arches and in the hollows of the figures' eyes. The smell of pitch and cold stone settled into her throat. They reached the altar. Up close, it was a block of dark stone veined with something pale, the face polished to a dull sheen by generations of sleeves. A channel ran along its rim, leading to a spillway that had been plugged with hammered bronze. The plug bore the same written hand they had seen on their fragment in Peru and in Luca's vault. Each stroke fine and sure. Kade's light slid past her shoulder and caught a glint in the lap of the central-seated figure in the apse. The hood had fallen across the skull and frozen there, a curtain of fabric turned to stone. Hands rested palm to palm around an object. Metal peeked through bone and cloth, a curved edge with etching so fine it looked woven. Roxy felt the first push of adrenaline since the avalanche. She climbed the 3 low steps, set her boots wide, and leaned in. The figure's fingers had fused around the metal. She could see the pattern well enough now to feel it in her own palm. The curve matched the weight she had carried across an ocean. Kade stood below, lamp tilted up. "Do you see it?" "Yes." She tugged her glove teeth tight and worked one hand under the frozen knuckles. Bone cracked like old lath. The robe powdered where she touched it. The metal came free in a hush. She set the piece across her forearm and reached her hand out to Kade. He responded without word, reaching into his vest, removing the cloth-bound artifact and passing it to her. She held both pieces up and brought them close. The halves met. The seam whitened for a heartbeat, and then turned the color of the rest of the metal, a whitish-silver color. A thread of vapor slid from the join and curled in the cold air. Roxy's stomach rolled. For one long instant, the floor seemed to tilt under her feet, and her ears filled with pressure that wanted to climb into her skull. Kade caught the corner of the altar and braced with both hands. "Breathe," she told herself, steadying her voice. The feeling passed. The circlet lay whole in her hands. The break had gone away without a scar. The etching ran unbroken from end to end. Kade swallowed once. "By the gods, you've got it." "We've got it," she said. "No gods need be evoked." She wrapped it in a clean square of cloth, slid it into her pack, moved back down the steps. The walls behind the altar held murals that their first pass had not reached. Torchlight licked detail out of them now. A long procession of hooded figures carried a person wrapped from head to knee in a single shroud. Around the shroud, marks like those on the circlet had been cut into the plaster and filled with something darker than pigment. In the final panel, the person sat bound to a chair, head bowed, shoulders ringed by a band very like the one in her pack. Roxy took her light and walked the far side of the nave. More sconces, more torches. She lit a few in a run to see the scale. The chamber stretched farther than she had guessed. Stone benches stood in ranks. Niches held small reliquaries sealed with wax long turned to crystal. On the west wall, a doorway waited, lintel carved with the same hand as the altar. The space beyond stepped down into a passage so straight it looked poured rather than cut. "Maybe we could find a way out that way," Kade said. "Let's find out," Roxy said. Chapter 8. The passage sloped downward from the chamber of the altar, the air tightening as it narrowed. The torches burned shorter, their light smearing on wet stone. Roxy led the way. Kade followed close behind, their boots crunching frost that had reclaimed the steps. They came out into a chamber so wide it swallowed their light. When Roxy threw the torch ahead, its glow struck metal. A helmet. Then another. The shapes that filled the hall were soldiers, rows of them frozen where they had fallen. Rifles rested against their knees. Eyes, where the ice had not taken them, stared up as if still waiting for orders. The uniforms were unmistakable. Field gray, eagle insignias faint beneath frost. Each man had become part of the glacier he had tried to master. Kade lowered his voice out of instinct. "The Ahnenerbe. Hitler's occult research division. They came here in the 40s, following the same legends we did." Roxy walked among the dead, the torchlight brushing metals and rusted canteens. "Looking for the Veil Key." He nodded. "They believed it could reverse death. What they called the Godketten project, the God chain. If the myths were true, the object could bind or release divine power. They thought the monks were guarding resurrection itself." They passed a line of crates stacked near a collapsed tunnel mouth. The stencils were still legible. Ahnenerbe Expedition, 1943. Some were open, contents sealed in ice. Others were crushed under slabs of fallen rock. Kade knelt beside one of the bodies. The man sat upright, a pistol frozen in his hand, the barrel under his chin. A paper had stuck to his lapel, half a letter, half a prayer. They walked the length of the chamber in silence. The last row of soldiers sat around a radio set that had fused to the floor, its wires vanishing into ice. The transmission dial was still marked in pencil. Berlin. Near the rear wall, the frost gave way to stone again. A doorway stood half-sealed by a slide of ice, runes cut deep into its arch. The marks of two languages fought for space. the angular carvings of the old monks and the clean geometric etchings of the Reich. One message laid over another like a curse. The torchlight caught another passage beyond the doorway, one that sloped upward into faint gray. They followed it, their steps echoing off stone and ice until the ceiling lowered and the air sharpened. After an hour of climbing, the tunnel widened again, opening into a cleft in the mountainside where daylight bled through the snow. Roxy leaned on her knees, letting her lungs burn in clean air. They were nearly back where they had begun, the slope just below their first base camp. They radioed the extraction team from the ledge above the glacier. When the helicopter appeared an hour later, they watched it fight the thin air and tilt into a hover. The downdraft scattered snow over the prints they had left. Roxy climbed aboard, the pack with the joined artifact strapped to her chest. Kade followed, glancing once at the white sweep of the ridge below. The rotors rose, turning the air to thunder. The mountain fell away, its secrets closing behind them under drifts of snow and time. Chapter 9. Roxy pushed the bookshop door open, and the bell sang its thin note. "Downstairs," Luca called, voice echoing up the stairwell. Voltaire waited at the bottom step, twined once around Roxy's shin, and leapt to the table, which looked as if it had been set for a siege. Scrolls in glass sleeves, codices under soft cradles, piles of notes, corners pinned with lead weights. A small brass incense burner sent up a clean ribbon of smoke that smelled like frankincense and rain. "You took your time," Luca said without turning. "Traffic," Roxy said. "In the sky. Tragic." "Indeed," Kade said. "Well, don't keep me waiting. Let's see it then," Luca said, eyes already on the pack. Roxy unbuckled the webbing and drew out the wrapped bundle. She laid the cloth down and peeled it back. Luca let out a breath slowly and reached without touching. "Whole," he said. The word was small for what lay between them. He looked once at Roxy's face and once at Kade's, and then he went to work. He cleared a space with the economy of someone who had done field surgery with books. A Greek codex opened under his left hand, a Latin gospel under his right. Between them, a stack of thin folios, edges cracked, tied in string so old the knots had sunk into the paper. He set the relic on a velvet pad the color of wine and angled the lamp until the engraving woke. "Coffee," he said, and stepped to the old hot plate. Cups appeared. Steam rose. Butter cookies lined a plate in orderly ranks, their sugar dusting the wood with frost that would never melt. Voltaire walked the edge of the table and sniffed a cookie. "Drink, eat, listen." Luca's voice took on the low rhythm he used when history needed a path through a room. "While you were in the mountains, the mail favored me. A monastery catalogue from Ravenna, a sack of shame from a bishop who never learned to burn letters, and a courier who brought me this." He paused when he saw their silence, the way Roxy's fingers trembled slightly against the cup. "You saw something up there, didn't you?" Kade nodded once. "Shapes in the fog. Too large to be men." Roxy's eyes flicked to him. "They tore our guides apart before we even understood what we were seeing." Luca's voice dropped to a murmur. "Then you're fortunate. Most who see them don't make it down to tell anyone." Roxy frowned. "You believe in them?" "Oh, I don't have to believe," Luca said. "I know, and so does the church. They call them primus relictus, the first left behind, a remnant of mankind before the branches split, the missing link between us and the ape that came after." He sipped his coffee, gaze still on the relic. "There are fragments of early apocrypha, pre-Constantine texts the Vatican keeps sealed describing entire races born before Adam. The panem kadmonim, the first faces, beings who walked upright before spirit was given form. The flood didn't erase them all. Some fled to the high mountains, others into forests so deep that time forgot the paths. The church calls them relics of the fall, proof that creation wasn't a single clean act, but a long and untidy evolution. Kade exhaled. And they're still alive. So it seems, Lucas said. The forest has its guardians, just as the mountains do. Some call them Yeti. Some call them Sasquatch. Different names, different locations, same ancient blood. They are the forgotten witnesses of a world older than Scripture. Voltaire let out a low, almost human sound, as if disagreeing. Even the cat knows better than to go looking for them, Lucas said, and turned the lamp back toward the relic. Now, then, shall we see what nearly cost you your lives? He tapped one of the glass sleeves. Inside lay a strip of parchment with script that leaned like reeds. He adjusted the lamp. A young monk, he said. Probably late 4th century. The hand is fast, but not careless. Luca read, translating into English. A man was taken down from a stauros and laid in a hewn tomb. In the second watch, men of rank and learning came with coverings and with cords. They took the body and carried it by the light of 2 lamps through the lower ways. They spoke little. They feared watchers in the street. They climbed down where the water runs and where no sun has known the stone. There they placed the body and wrapped it in a cloth that held shape, and they bound it by form. He lifted his eyes. The rest is smoke. Fire took it. He writes of sprinkling ash on his fingers and of being made to swear a second oath. Luca set the scroll gently back in its sleeve. Who the man was, he does not say. It's him, Kade said. Color had come back to his face, but his voice was a dry reed. It has to be. The Word made flesh. Jesus. Roxy took a careful sip. The coffee was strong and intoxicating. Rome crucified more men than we have names for, she said. It could be a merchant that crossed a prefect, a zealot who looked the wrong officer in the eye, a thief who stole bread from the wrong room. It could, Luca said. The fact that matters is a body was taken. Men withstanding did it. They took it underground. They bound it with a cloth. He turned to another stack of parchment. There's more. He laid out evidence like instruments on a tray. A fragment of a letter from a Crusader commander whose seal still carried grit from a road that no longer existed. We found a chapel under the mount in which men kept watch over an empty chair. They said the chair was a ward, not a throne. We stripped the place and called it holy. A Templar inventory. Spearhead recovered near Golgotha 1. Condition unknown. A papal brief written in court Latin. Certain instruments of our Lord's Passion, newly inspected, to be held in reserve and not to be shown to the credulous. Then these, Lucas said, and pulled a small stack of photographs from an envelope. They showed a convoy on a road churned to soup, priests in German coats speaking under an arch while soldiers looked away. A wooden crate the size of a coffin passing through a gate with a cross cut out of the stone above it. The war ends, Lucas said. Men flee. Somewhere in between deals are made. Stolen treasure buys blessings. Blessings buy silence. A bishop learns to write with 2 hands. One for God, one for a banker. I do not insult the church to say this. I only tell you what the papers tell me. He set the photographs aside. There are rumors that the spear was moved in a truck with a broken tail lamp, that monks rode in SS uniforms to fool the last guards at the last bridge, that men with notes from bishops lifted crates in the rain while Berlin burned and a certain man in a bunker was deciding to end it all rather than be captured. Roxy set her cup down. So, what exactly is it that we have? Luca didn't answer. He pulled a heavy folio from the shelf, opened to an illuminated page, and turned the book so they could see. The illustration showed a man bound to an iron chair, head lowered. A monk set a narrow band of metal on the man's brow. In the margin, a short caption in Latin named the object and its purpose. Luca tapped the line. The text calls it a crown, not for rule, for release, a counter to binding signs. According to the note, placing it on the head of the bound man loosens the shroud's hold long enough to remove it. Kade stared at the image. So it's meant to free him. That is what the source claims, Luca said. The script around your piece matches the hand in this caption. He closed the folio and crossed to a metal cabinet, a key on a cord. A door opened. He took out a sealed envelope, broke the wax, and slid 6 photographs onto the table. The first photo, a concrete corridor with iron doors and eye slits. The second and third, the same hall, a turn, a small chapel with the cross bolted high. The last, a man chained to a chair, head down. The date in the corner was last month. Kade went still. Where did these come from? A trusted source inside Vatican property, Luca said. He sends images, not letters. He says these are indeed below the city. Roxy studied the last photo. The floor was clean. The chains were maintained. Whoever he is, they're keeping him alive. Luca nodded. Which makes this our problem, now that we know. Kade looked at Roxy. We should go. Roxy thought for a minute. If we go to look with our own eyes. If there's more to this story, we go deeper. If not, we leave. Luca opened a drawer and laid out a folder. 3 passports, a tourist itinerary, museum badges. 2 sightseers and a guide. Flights at dawn. Roxy pointed to the folio. We bring the image and the translation. I'll copy both, Luca said. No originals leave this room. Kade rewrapped the joined piece and slid it into his pack. Luca gathered the photos, returned them to the envelope, and tied it shut. Eat a cookie and try to sleep. Tomorrow we become the tourist. Chapter 10. The flight from Prague touched down under a pale morning sun. The windows of the terminal burned gold as the city woke. Roxy carried her single pack through customs, eyes alert but calm. Kade followed beside her, his jacket zipped high to hide the weight of the relic against his chest. Luca walked a step ahead, humming quietly to himself as if this were nothing more than a holiday. Outside, Rome spread wide and bright beneath the early light. The air smelled of stone, diesel, and bread. Roxy took it in with a quiet kind of caution. The city looked harmless, and that was what she distrusted most. Their taxi cut through traffic along the Tiber. Ancient walls gave way to fountains, then to narrow lanes strung with laundry and mourning voices. Luca leaned forward, pointing at statues and ruins as if he had built them himself. You see, he said, half to Kade and half to the driver. Civilization at its most conflicted. Marble and sin, shoulder to shoulder for 2,000 years. Kade smiled faintly. You sound proud of it. I am proud of the audacity, Lucas said. Only Rome could survive being itself for this long. Their hotel sat near the Piazza Navona, an old convent converted into a boutique stop for tourists who liked the idea of history more than the feel of it. Luca paid the driver, tipped him too much, and stood in the street breathing like a man who'd come home. Rooms under the name Paxton, he said. 2 connecting, 1 across the hall. The staff will assume you're academics. You'll find the Vatican tours begin at 9 sharp. Blend in. Take notes without looking like you are. You're not coming? Roxy asked. He grinned, already knowing the question would come. I have seen the inside of enough holy buildings. I'm here to enjoy what is still human about the place. A cafe near the Spanish Steps still serves coffee that could raise the dead. I intend to confirm it. Kade gave him a dry look. And if we need you. Luca tapped the phone in his breast pocket. I will be a call away, provided you phrase your emergency in the language of polite tourists. He turned, squinting into the light. Try not to look like you're casing the city. Walk slower. Smile occasionally. Rome eats the anxious first. With that, he adjusted his scarf and strolled away toward the flow of the morning crowd, a man in no hurry to face whatever waited in the city that claimed to speak for heaven. Roxy and Kade stood for a moment on the curb. A bus hissed past. The bells from somewhere unseen marked another hour. Are you ready for this? She asked. Kade looked at the street instead of her. Ready as I'll ever be. They checked in, using the names Luca had prepared. The clerk smiled, slid over the keys, and welcomed them with the smooth warmth of a person paid to never ask questions or remember faces. The hallway smelled faintly of lemon and polish. Inside, the rooms were small but clean. Roxy dropped her pack on the bed and opened the curtains. The dome of St. Peter's rose far off in the haze, too perfect to seem real. Roxy watched the city. He's right, you know. It is beautiful. Kade joined her at the window. It is that, but also built on graves. Isn't everywhere, though? They ate late lunch from a vendor in the square, pretending to study maps. Roxy traced the Vatican perimeter on a tourist brochure, while Kade kept a casual eye on the people moving through the crowd. When the church bells tolled 3, Luca reappeared from a nearby side street, carrying a small box of pastries and a grin that said he'd found his coffee. He dropped the box on their table and pulled up a chair. You two should take the Vatican tour tomorrow. See the layout. The guards change every 2 hours. The Swiss are precise, the Italians less so. If you look like you belong, no one will notice you. Roxy folded the map. And you? I'll be a ghost until you need me. He rose, brushing crumbs from his vest. Enjoy the city tonight. Eat something decadent. Remember, you are alive, so act as so, before you go looking for the dead. He left them there with the sound of the crowd rising and falling like a tide. That night, Roxy and Kade walked the narrow streets until the air smelled of rain and old stone. The lights along the river flickered off the water like falling coins. Musicians played near the bridge, their songs soft and foreign but familiar in rhythm. For a few minutes, neither of them spoke. Roxy stopped at the railing and watched the current slide beneath. You think there's really people chained down there, buried under all this? Kade rested his hands on the stone beside hers. If the stories are true, someone is. They walked back through streets where every doorway felt like a secret and every bell a warning. Behind them, the river kept its slow voice, carrying the city's reflection out to the sea. Chapter 11. Morning light came through the shutters and painted the room in gold. By the time Roxy and Kade reached St. Peter's Square, the city was already alive. Bells from distant towers carried across the streets, and the crowd moved like a living tide toward the basilica. Vendors sold espresso and postcards under umbrellas. The air smelled of roasted coffee, wet stone, and old incense. The marble columns of the colonnade rose in two sweeping arcs, holding the square like open arms. Beyond them, the dome of St. Peter's gleamed through drifting cloud. They joined a tour group led by a woman in a green scarf who spoke through a small headset. Roxy wore jeans and a white shirt under a loose jacket. Kade had a camera around his neck and a small notebook in his pocket. They blended in without effort. The line shuffled forward, shoes clicking against the polished square. Swiss guards stood at the gate, motionless in their striped uniforms. Their faces were young, but their posture carried discipline. Roxy counted rotations and noted every shift of weight and direction. She never moved her lips while she spoke. 3 by the gate, 1 walking the interior loop every few minutes. Kade nodded slightly. Timed perfectly, no breaks. The group passed beneath the shadow of the portico and entered the basilica. The change in air was immediate, cooler, heavier, filled with the scent of candle smoke and polished brass. Light streamed from the high windows in long columns that caught the dust. The vast space swallowed voices. The sound of footsteps became the only rhythm. The guide spoke in a steady voice. You are standing beneath the largest dome in the world, designed by Michelangelo. Look above you. The inscription reads Tu es Petrus, meaning, You are Peter. Cameras clicked all around them. Roxy let her eyes trace the walls instead. She marked every camera, every guard post, and each exit disguised as an archway. A pair of plainclothes security officers watched the crowd from the edge of a chapel. One of them turned his head just enough to scan each visitor's face. Kade pretended to take photographs. They know the crowd too well, he whispered. Every face that lingers more than a second. Then we won't linger, Roxy said. They followed the group to the Pietà. The marble looked alive under the dim light, Christ's body draped across Mary's lap, her face calm and unreadable. Even Roxy felt the quiet of it. She studied the glass barrier, its thickness, and the faint reflection of the guards behind it. The real beauty was in how protected it was. They moved down the nave toward the side chapels. The tour guide raised her flag and continued. To the right is the Chapel of the Blessed Sacrament. Please, no photos. The group hushed. The faint hum of organ music came from somewhere beyond the altar. Candles flickered beside the bronze tabernacle. Roxy's eyes followed the guards' rhythm again. They cross here every 12 minutes. It looks random, but it isn't. Everything choreographed, Kade murmured. Every step measured. After an hour inside, they exited into the sun and followed the tour toward the Vatican museums. The shift from sacred to curated felt seamless. Long halls of marble stretched ahead. The gallery of maps drew the loudest gasps from the tourists. Painted coastlines and green mountains sprawled across walls longer than corridors in a palace. Roxy let herself look, just long enough to remember what normal wonder felt like. In the gallery of statues, marble figures stood under skylights. Every muscle and fold of cloth captured movement frozen centuries ago. Roxy noted the corners again, the placement of cameras and sensors, the guards whose eyes never stopped moving. Kade lowered his voice. They built this place like a labyrinth. Every labyrinth has a center, she said. We just haven't reached it. They entered the Raphael rooms. The colors looked fresh enough to be wet. The School of Athens filled one wall with its calm debate of philosophers. Kade stood in front of it for a long moment. Plato points upward. Aristotle points to the earth. Heaven and reason. As above, so below. Maybe the only argument that still matters. Roxy looked at the painted floor. Neither one has an escape plan, though. just unfulfilled promises. They moved on with the group into the Sistine Chapel. The guards asked for silence. Hundreds of people stood beneath the ceiling, necks tilted back, lips parted. The air felt alive with breath and quiet awe. Michelangelo's creations stretched overhead, God reaching toward Adam, their fingers almost touching. The light shifted across the frescoes as clouds passed outside, and it felt like the figures might move. Roxy stood still for a moment, eyes tracing the details, until her practical mind returned. She studied the corners where guards stood, the narrow door behind the altar that few noticed. When they left the chapel, the noise of the city returned like a tide. They crossed the square again, the fountain throwing mist into the air. Roxy took a photo with her phone, its reflection showing two guards making the same rotation she had timed earlier. "Every 2 hours," she said softly. "One leaves, another steps in. 8 seconds between the passes." 8 seconds, Kade repeated. "May be enough for one move if it's clean." They walked toward the outer streets where vendors called out in 3 languages and the smell of bread came from open doorways. The sound of bells followed them all the way to the bridge. The dome stood behind them, glowing white against the afternoon sky. Roxy folded the map and slipped it into her jacket. "Tomorrow, we start closer." Kade nodded. "Tomorrow." They walked until the river appeared ahead of them again, quiet and slow under the sun. The reflection of the city floated there, whole and trembling. Chapter 12. By the 3rd day, they knew every path around the Vatican walls, every guard shift, every locked gate. Roxy and Kade sat on a stone bench overlooking the square. The sun was hot enough to glare off the marble, and tourists drifted like schools of bright fish through the colonnade. The crowds made it easy to blend in, but impossible to act. Every time they got close enough to study an entrance, another wave of visitors or guards moved through. Kade shut down his notebook and rubbed the back of his neck. "It's too tight. Every corner has a camera. Every corridor has someone watching. Even if we had help, we'd never make it 5 minutes inside without being seen." Roxy watched the Swiss guards change position at the outer gate. The precision of their movement was almost hypnotic. "They built this place to keep God in and everyone else out," she said. "It's hopeless," he said. "Even if we find the door, there's no way past those checkpoints without credentials." She didn't argue. They sat in silence long enough to hear the echo of the bells reach them from St. John's across the city. Somewhere above, pigeons fluttered from the statues and settled again. Then a voice. "Oh, blessed be his name, it's you." They turned. A young man in a novice's robe stood near the bench, hands folded. He looked about 30, dark hair trimmed short, eyes pale with sleeplessness. His voice was calm, but carried the kind of certainty that belongs to confession. "I know who you are," he said to them. "He has shown you to me." Kade's breath caught. "Who?" The young man's gaze didn't move. "The one you came for. The one they keep beneath." Roxy studied him. His robe bore the mark of a seminary novice, plain brown with a simple cross. His shoes were scuffed from walking stone floors. He looked too ordinary to be dangerous. "You're mistaken," she said. "We're tourists." The cleric smiled faintly. "As are we all in this world." Roxy's hand hovered near her bag. "And who are you?" "Brother Matteo," he said. Kade stood slowly. "You said he showed you. What does that mean?" Matteo's eyes brightened, not with joy, but with something close to relief. "In prayer, in silence, I saw his face through the dark, bound by light. He said you would come, and that I would know you by your restlessness." He looked at Roxy. "He said you would free him. You would show the world their folly." His voice trembled slightly. "You are why I still have hope." "We're nobody," Roxy said. Just people lost in the crowd. As are all who are called by him, Matteo replied. Lost at first, then called to become something more. Roxy exchanged a look with Kade. The air felt different now, like the city had gone still around them and was listening. Tourists passed within arm's reach, laughing, taking photos, and none of them noticed the moment hanging between the three of them. Matteo's voice lowered. There is someone you must meet, a man who remembers more than he wishes to. Father Alberto Foss. He lives by the river, near the Tiber, in a small house behind the church of St. Cecilia. He was once the church's historian, before he saw too much. He can tell you how this began. Kade studied him closely. Why help us? Because he would want me to, Matteo said. He glanced toward the line of guards near the steps. If they see me with you again, I will be sent away, so listen carefully. Tomorrow, after Vespers, come to the alley beside the Bronze Gate. I will meet you there and take you to him. Before either of them could respond, Matteo stepped back into the moving crowd. His robe folded into the color of the others, and in a few breaths he was gone. Only the faint smell of incense lingered. Roxy watched the spot where he had stood. You think he's for real? Kade looked at the map folded in his hand. Well, if he isn't, we're running out of reasons to keep trying. They walked toward the bridge as the sunlight turned gold across the dome. Rome moved on around them, loud and alive, unaware that one of its quietest servants had just changed the world forever. Chapter 13. The city was quieter after Vespers. The crowds thinned. The bells had finished their evening song and left behind only the hum of the river and the soft shuffle of shoes on stone. Roxy and Kade waited near the bronze gate where the wall met the shadow of an olive tree. The last tourists had gone. Lanterns burned low in the arches, their light turning the cobbles to liquid amber. Matteo appeared from the far side of the street, hood drawn, a plain satchel over his shoulder. He didn't speak. He only nodded for them to follow and started down a narrow lane that sloped toward the heart of the old quarter. The alleys tightened with every turn. Balconies leaned so close together that laundry brushed across the gaps like old banners. The walls carried centuries of fingerprints, layers of plaster flaking to reveal brick laid before there were nations. The smell changed with each corner. Olive oil, candle wax, rust, and river wind. Rome at night had its own pulse. A stray cat darted across the street, vanishing through a broken doorway. Voices echoed distantly from a trattoria still open somewhere behind them. A man sang a slow tune in Italian that faded as quickly as it rose. Roxy kept her hand near her jacket pocket, where her pistol rested. How much, father? She asked quietly. Matteo looked over his shoulder. Close. He does not live by the river, but beneath it. Kade frowned. Beneath? In a house built into the embankment, Matteo said. The old scholars were given homes that touched the water. They said it helped them listen to the city breathe. They reached a flight of steps that dropped between two walls so narrow the sky disappeared. The stones were worn to hollows by countless shoes. The air grew damp and cool. When they reached the bottom, the alley opened to a small square with a single lamp and a locked gate that looked centuries old. Matteo stopped at a wooden door half hidden beneath the arch of the embankment. A carved key symbol was burned into its center. He knocked 3 times, waited, then twice more. The sound echoed as if it traveled into the river itself. Bolts shifted inside. The door opened a hand's width. A voice came from the dark, dry and steady. Who walks with keys they cannot name? Matteo bowed his head. Those who have seen the locks, father. The door opened wider. An old man stood there, tall even with his age. His hair was white and thin, his face narrow, the eyes bright behind small round glasses. He wore a heavy cardigan over a shirt that might once have been black. A ring of ancient keys hung from his belt, each one a different shape. He looked at Roxy and Kade as though he had been expecting them for a long time. "Not what I expected, but you'll do. Come in, then. Come in." Inside, the house smelled of oil, vellum, and old books. The walls curved with the same rhythm as the bridge above. The ceiling beams were thick and uneven, cut from wood long before the basilica was ever built. Shelves covered every inch of the room. Scrolls, ledgers, relic boxes, and glass jars filled the space like fossils. Father Alberto Foss closed the door behind them and drew a heavy bar across it. "Sit," he said simply. Roxy and Kade sat at a low table covered in maps. Mateo remained standing, head bowed slightly. The priest poured 3 cups of coffee from a small pot. The steam carried the bitter scent of burnt sugar. He set the cups down with hands that did not shake. "You come here with the eyes of those who have seen behind the curtain," Foss said. "That is dangerous, especially in Rome." Roxy met his gaze. "We were told you know what's beneath." Foss smiled, faint and tired. "Beneath is a generous word. There are layers like the bones of a city stacked upon itself. The living build over the dead, and the dead keep their secrets." He turned toward a wall lined with rolled parchment. "The church has always loved its walls." The old man stopped with his hand on a scroll. He unrolled the parchment on the table. The ink had faded to brown, but the lines were clear. A series of tunnels, circles within circles, led from the crypts under St. Peter's down to something unnamed, drawn only as a blank ring. In the margin, a single note in Latin. Custodes Veliminis. Kade leaned closer. "Guardians of the Veil." Foss nodded. "The order that built what lies below. I was their historian once. I wrote their victories, their rituals, their heresies." He looked to Roxy. "You have seen the relic, yes?" She nodded. "Then you have seen the key. What they guard is still alive, and he has called you to free him." The old priest lowered himself into a chair and stared at the parchment for a long time before he spoke again. "You are standing in the oldest lie still told by men of faith," he said. "And I helped keep it alive." Roxy and Kade sat across from him, the table between them crowded with maps, scrolls, and half-drunk coffee gone cold. The river outside murmured against the foundation stones. "When I was young," Foss said, "I believed history was a holy thing. I copied manuscripts, catalogued relics, translated the letters of bishops and leftover crusaders. All of it led me to one set of sealed records, held in the Vatican sub-basement archives. The Curia called it Project Sepulchrum. They said it documented the true crucifixion. What I found inside changed everything." He opened a small leather book. Its spine cracked. "These are my notes from those years. I kept them hidden all these years." He read in a low voice, his eyes dark in the candlelight. "After the crucifixion before the third dawn, a sect of scholars within the early Curia ordered the tomb sealed by their own hand. They feared the promise of resurrection would destroy the authority of the church before it had a name. So they sent their own guards to remove the body under night and bring it to a place no scripture would ever reach. They took him to a cavern beneath the old temple in Jerusalem. There they bound the body in a garment woven from gold thread linen and painted with sigils drawn from the Book of Solomon. The cloth held more than flesh. It trapped the very spark they feared would return." Roxy's voice was steady. "The garment of binding." "Yes," Foss's eyes lifted to her. That which you now hold the key to undo. The order that created it believed the spirit could be contained and its power siphoned. Centuries later, that knowledge was refined. Each pope, each council, each inquisition added another chain to the myth. They even created the Shroud of Turin to keep the power alive, to show the truth of resurrection and give the people a reason to follow them. He set the book aside and took a slow breath. When Rome fell and rose again, when empires burned and crusades marched east, fragments of that relic resurfaced. The spear of destiny, the shroud, the chains of the martyrs, each part of the same machinery. When the Nazis scoured Europe for holy weapons, they rediscovered pieces of it. Some they gave to the church in exchange for safe passage, blessings, and silence. Kade's voice was low. So the church kept what the Reich found. They kept everything, Foss said, and they turned a blind eye to the atrocities and built a prison around it. Deep beneath the Vatican, where the catacombs fold into themselves, the Curia created a chamber they called the Sepulchre of the Word. They believed the body was no longer divine, but a vessel that could be drained of the power once called grace. An ark, if you will. They called it energy. They measured it. They harvested it. Roxy felt a chill crawl up her spine. You're saying they've been using it? Him? For centuries, Foss said. Each mass, each relic, each so-called miracle, an echo of that theft. The prisoner below is both source and proof. They draw from him still. Foss pushed the map aside and drew another sheet from a narrow drawer. It was newer parchment, stained by water and age. He smoothed it flat. There's a way in, he said. A forgotten entrance built before the new basilica. When the old crypt was sealed, they left an escape path for those who tended the lamps. It begins in the cemetery of San Pietro in Montorio, on the hill above the Tiber. He took a piece of charcoal and circled a point. Find the grave marked the Pious One. It was once a tongue-in-cheek epitaph for a cardinal who died disgraced. They buried him in an empty coffin to hide the passage. Dig beneath it, and you will find the stair that leads to the catacomb below. Roxy memorized the name. The Pious One. Be careful, Foss said. The ground beneath that hill remembers every footstep. The Order still watches it. When you descend, carry no blessed symbols and speak no prayers. Those walls have learned to eat faith. He reached for his cup and drank the last of the cold coffee. If you go, he said, you go where even angels turn their faces. Roxy stood, her chair sliding back on the stone. We came here to see, not to run. We go. Foss gave a weary smile. Then may your eyes be stronger than mine were. Chapter 14. The cemetery of San Pietro in Montorio slept under a thin mist. Cypress trees leaned like dark sentries over the marble graves, and the air smelled of rain, wax, and old stone. The street lamps on the hill had long gone out. Only the moon threw its pale shape across the iron gate. Roxy swung her pack over the wall first, then climbed after it. Her boots hit wet gravel without a sound. Kade followed behind. They stood among crooked crosses and angels eroded to faceless guardians. She checked her small flashlight, red filter on, beam narrow. Row 7, she whispered. Foss said near the retaining wall. Kade nodded, counting the markers as they went. Their breaths came out in white ribbons. Between stones, grass shone silver with dew. Cats moved like ghosts along the mausoleum roofs, their eyes catching the light and vanishing again. At the wall's base, they found a weather-stained slab half sunk into the earth. The inscription read Pius Unus in uneven capitals. Time had split the marble across the name. "This is it," Kade said. Roxy crouched and brushed the dirt away with a gloved hand. Her fingers found the faint seam where the lid met the frame. She looked once toward the gate. No movement, no sound but the wind stirring the trees. She set her pack down and looked to Kade. "Let's make this fast." They worked in rhythm. Kade pried loose the smaller stones. Roxy cleared the soil with a short-handled spade. The ground fought them, packed tight by centuries, but little by little the coffin's edge appeared. It wasn't wood, it was a stone sarcophagus capped by a plain slab. Roxy wedged the tip of her crowbar under the lid. "Help me lift." The seal broke with a whisper of escaping air. When they pushed the lid aside, no bones waited inside, only black emptiness. A shaft of cold air rose, dry and metallic, smelling faintly of dust and oil. Kade leaned in with the light. Steps spiraled down into darkness. The stone was worn in the middle, as if countless feet had used it long ago. Moisture clung to the walls and made them glimmer. Roxy tied a line around a nearby cross and clipped it to her harness. "I'll go first. If it drops out, you'll know." Kade handed her the flashlight. "Be careful." She gave a small smile. "I usually am after midnight in old cemeteries." She started down. Each step thudded hollow beneath her boots. The air cooled fast, stealing her breath, and the sound of the city thinned until it vanished. After 20 steps, the spiral opened into a ledge. She swung the light out and froze. The beam fell into an enormous cavern. Arches of ancient brick spanned above her like ribs of a buried cathedral. Below stretched a maze of catacombs and tunnels branching into infinity, walls lined with stacked bones and crumbling altars. The air shimmered with faint dust, and somewhere far below came a slow, rhythmic clatter. Chains. Roxy swallowed, her voice low but steady. "Kade, it's clear. Come down." He descended beside her, the rope swaying between them. When he reached the ledge, he followed her gaze. His whisper carried awe and dread in equal measure. "It just keeps going." Above them, they heard a faint scrape, followed by the end of the rope falling to the floor beside them. Then the unmistakable sound of the stone lid being moved back into place above them. "Shit," Roxy whispered. "I left my pack with my gun and extra batteries up there." "Well then, let's just pray for good lighting and pleasant residence while we're down here," Kade whispered back. The sound came again, metal against stone, measured and patient, echoing through the labyrinth. It was impossible to tell its source, whether one chain or 1,000. Roxy adjusted her pack and checked the battery of the light. The beam caught a path cut into the far wall, a narrow stair curling deeper. She looked at Kade. "We follow it until we can't." He nodded once, and they stepped from the ledge and began their descent into the dark. Chapter 15. The air grew warmer as they descended. Each breath carried the taste of stone and centuries, as if the ground itself exhaled through the narrow stairs. Roxy's flashlight beam cut through the black and caught carvings that twisted across the walls. Crosses, circles, and fragments of languages half erased by time. The stairwell ended in a low chamber of polished rock. It opened like a throat, leading into a corridor lined with arches. Kade ran his hand along the wall, feeling the tool marks beneath the dust. "Roman," he murmured, "but this was widened later, reinforced." Roxy crouched and brushed her fingers across the floor. Faint grooves ran from one arch to the next. Tracks. Something heavy was moved through here again and again. They stepped forward, flashlights sweeping over alcoves filled with shapes under glass. Dust lay thick, but each relic seemed suspended in its own air, unaged and preserved. Behind the first pane, a bronze mask glimmered in the beam. Its features were sharp and inhuman, the eyes cut like sunbursts. "Zoroastrian," Kade said softly. Ahura Mazda. See the fire etching along the brow. These are pre-Christian. Why would they keep them? Roxy asked. Because they collected everything, Kade said. Anything that claimed to touch the divine. They stored what they couldn't destroy. Think of them as hoarders of the divine. The corridor bent left, deeper into shadow. Faded symbols ran along the ceiling, suns, moons, and serpents biting their own tails. The smell of dust gave way to something faintly metallic, like blood left too long in air. They passed glass coffers stacked with scrolls that had turned the color of bone. The writing inside was unknown to either of them. Behind one pane, a slab of slate held a drawing of a man in meditation, surrounded by golden circles. Another case held fragments of ceramic painted with Hebrew script. Kade brushed away dust with his sleeve. Look at the phrasing. These are pre-temple, older than the Dead Sea Scrolls. Roxy's light caught something else in the corner of the room. A stone tablet covered in Arabic calligraphy, polished smooth except for one symbol carved deeper than the rest, a single word repeating down the column. She leaned closer. Allah. Kade stepped beside her. Different centuries, different gods, all in one place. Like they wanted to keep them arguing, she said. They moved on. The corridor widened into a vaulted hall where pillars rose from the floor like ribs. At its center stood a sculpture that shimmered as if alive. The beam of light crawled across its surface and turned every edge to gold. The figure sat cross-legged upon a dais of black marble, 20 feet tall, cast entirely in gold. Wings curved from its back, feathers cut with precision. The head was that of a goat, crowned with horns that reached nearly to the ceiling. Its hands, perfect and smooth, pointed toward the heavens, one toward the painted floor below. Kade whispered, Baphomet. The air around the statue felt charged, humming faintly in their ears. Above its horns, the ceiling had been transformed into a painting that covered the entire dome, a vast vision of the cosmos. Galaxies spun in pigments of deep blue and silver, stars like molten dust frozen in motion. Below the statue's hooves, the floor had been painted with equal precision, the continents of the earth, the seas in blue-green swirls. Above, the universe. Below, the world. As above, so below. Roxy walked the circle slowly. The paint had never faded. This shouldn't be here, she said. Not under the Vatican. Kade's voice trembled with awe. No, it explains everything. The church didn't erase its enemies, they hid them. Every god they conquered, they buried beneath the cross. Their footsteps echoed like soft drumbeats. The gold surface of the statue caught and reflected their lights in broken fragments. Around the base, offerings had been left long ago. Bowls, incense holders, and coins from centuries apart. They passed beneath the arch at the far end and found another corridor, narrower, lined with thick glass partitions that glowed faintly in the beam. Each chamber beyond held a single sarcophagus, sealed under air-controlled glass and marked with ancient sigils. Kade wiped dust from one of the inscriptions and read the name carved in Latin and Greek. His voice lowered. Iscariot. The name lingered in the air like smoke. Inside the case, the coffin was carved from basalt, its surface covered in spiraling symbols that looked more mathematical than sacred. Judas Iscariot, Roxy said quietly. They gave him a tomb after all. Kade's hand trembled as he traced the letters. They must have recovered his body. There are apocryphal texts that say he was buried in secret after the betrayal. But this... Roxy moved to the next chamber. The inscription here was softer, almost delicate. She brushed away dust until the letters shone faintly in the light. Maria Magdalena, she read aloud. Kade stepped beside her. Mary Magdalene, the woman from Magdala. The sarcophagus inside was carved from rose stone. Around its lid were etched flowers, tears, and a spiral that curled inward to a single point. Roxy stared at it for a long time. They buried them both, the betrayer and the witness. Kade swallowed hard. Maybe because both knew the same truth. But do not be so quick to call Judas a betrayer. He had a role to play in order to help the plan unfold. As they sat at the table of the Last Supper, Jesus turned to Judas and whispered in his ear, "Go and do what it is you must do." And he did. Are you saying Judas was a hero and not the betrayer now? Roxy asked. I'm simply saying time is unkind to most, and history is written by the victors to benefit their own needs, Kade replied. They moved on in silence, past more glass chambers where relics from forgotten ages slept behind frost and shadow. In one room, rows of scrolls floated in suspension fluid, each tube sealed with wax. Another chamber held an altar of black marble with scorch marks running across its surface. At the end of the hall, they came to a door made of thick glass bolted with metal ribs. Inside the sealed room beyond, an entire wall was painted with an ancient map. The pigment had dulled with time, but the shapes were unmistakable, the old continents of the world as known to Rome. But there was something else. Off the western edge of Africa and Europe, a chain of 7 islands stretched across the sea. Beneath them, faded but legible, was a single word. Atlanticumus. Roxy stepped closer until her breath fogged the glass. Atlantis. Kade stood beside her, eyes fixed on the map. It wasn't myth to them. They recorded it as fact, he said quietly. A continent swallowed, but never forgotten. The light of their flashlights glided over the wall, tracing coastlines that no longer existed. The islands had been drawn with obsessive care. Peaks, rivers, a city plan inscribed at the center of the largest one. A perfect ring. Roxy's voice softened. Do you think it was real, or just a story? What's the difference? Kade asked. A story can be pretty powerful when the masses believe it. He was staring at the lower margin, where script in early Latin had been scrawled in uneven lines. Submersa propter superbium. Drowned for pride. The air in the hall grew heavier, as if the stones themselves listened. A drop of condensation rolled down the glass, catching her beam and splitting it into color. They stepped back, and for a long moment, neither spoke. The silence of the place pressed in. Then Roxy whispered, How deep do you think this goes? Kade looked down the corridor, the black throat that stretched beyond the map room. As deep as it takes to hide all of their lies, he said. They turned to leave. Their lights slid across the floor, catching the edges of the gold statue far behind them, the faint gleam of sealed glass. A sound broke the stillness, a single metallic click, sharp and distant. Roxy stopped mid-step. Did you hear that? Another sound followed, the faint scrape of a boot against stone. Then another, closer this time. Kade instinctively shut off his flashlight. Someone's here. Roxy killed her flashlight, and darkness fell like water over them. She crouched low, feeling for the wall with her fingertips. Somewhere ahead, a faint light moved, not white like their beams, but yellow and pulsing, like a lantern carried by a slow hand. She whispered, I don't think they followed us down. They didn't, Kade murmured. They were already here. Militia Arcani Sepulchri, militia of the secret sepulchre, better known as relic gods. The light grew brighter, swinging slightly as it rounded the corner. A shadow moved behind it, tall and thin. The step echoed again, steady and patient. Roxy's pulse quickened. Kade gestured toward a recessed alcove beside one of the glass chambers. They slipped behind it, the cold seeping through their clothes. The footsteps came closer, a slow rhythm against the stone. The figure stopped near the map room. The lantern light slid across the glass, reflecting the shimmer of Atlantis, then the smooth walls of the sarcophagi. For a moment, all was still. Then the light turned toward their corridor. Roxy held her breath. The glow advanced, closer, spilling along the floor in golden ribbons. She could see the outline now, a hooded form, robes gray with dust, the hem dragging. The lantern's flame illuminated a chain of iron keys at the figure's belt. The figure stopped not 10 paces from their hiding place. The keys clinked softly as the person lifted a hand, touching the glass wall of Mary Magdalene's tomb. The gesture was reverent, almost tender. Then the hand fell, and the figure turned its head toward the darkness where they hid. Roxy's skin prickled. The lantern tilted slightly, not in curiosity, but in recognition. Kade's hand tightened on her arm. "We need to run." The figure took a single step forward. The lantern's glow flared once, reflecting in the glass around them until the corridor became a maze of light. And then, from somewhere deeper in the catacombs, a second set of footsteps began to echo, slower, heavier, and coming closer. The first figure turned toward the sound, lantern rising. Roxy's pulse hammered. "You're supposed to know this place. Where can we go?" she whispered. Kade nodded, already scanning for a path. At the far end of the hall, a narrow service passage gaped like a scar in the stone, just wide enough for a person to slip through. They backed away, silent as the dust that swirled around their boots. The lantern's light dimmed behind them, swallowed by the dark. As they disappeared into the passage, the last thing Roxy saw was the golden reflection of Baphomet's eyes catching fire in the flickering glow, as if the statue itself were waking to watch them run. Chapter 16. They ran without speaking. The service passage narrowed and dropped, the ceiling low enough that Kade had to duck. Their lights pushed the dark back a few paces at a time, catching flakes of lime and old mortar. Iron pins rusted to freckles on the stone. At the end of the passage, a mouth opened to another corridor, colder and older than the one they had left. Kade stepped through first. Roxy was astride behind him when a hand settled on her shoulder. The grip was calm, certain, the kind used by people who do not expect to be refused. She pivoted, cutting the line of the wrist with her forearm while her free hand speared for the throat. Fingers met a collar of hardwood beads and a neck like cable. The face that leaned into her light was a study in discipline. Shaved crown, chalk-dry skin, eyes flat and steady. Dust-gray robe, iron keys at the belt. Relic guard. He moved without a sound. A heel hook aimed to take her knee. She checked it, felt his weight, and answered with 2 quick strikes to the ribs. He absorbed both and pressed forward, using his mass to crush her into the wall. She let the pressure come and rolled off it, turning his momentum into a stumble. His hand went behind his shoulder and came back with a staff that whispered free of a leather sling. The staff spun once in his hands. The air sang. "Shit," Roxy said. "Kade, go," she added, but she did not move to follow. Turning her back would be the same as kneeling at this point. The first strike tested range, a low sweep to the shins, light and fast. She slipped back, felt the wind of it on her boot, watched how he set his feet. The second came high, a snap cut for her temple. She leaned under it, shoulder brushing stone, and closed the distance hard before he recovered the guard. Elbow to clavicle, palm to jaw. He countered with a butt-end jab to her sternum that rattled breath from her chest. He reset, staff a blur. 3 spins, 4. The wood flickered across the cone of her light, each rotation precise. He used the spin to disguise direction, a pattern learned by long practice. She broke the pattern, gave him a shoulder feint left and stepped right instead, inside the arc. Her foot scythed behind his ankle. The sweep took. He went sideways, off balance for the first time. She rose with him, driving her knee into his ribs. When he tried to twist out, she let him, then brought her heel down in a clean, savage line. The kick landed behind his ear. The body went slack and folded. She caught the staff before it clattered. The wood was warm, capped with dull iron, functional and unforgiving. "Kade," she called softly. "I'm here." He had backed into the new corridor with his hands open, eyes on her and the dark behind her. He took in the monk on the floor, then the staff in her hand. Surprise flickered, then trust settled back into his face. "Move," she said. They threaded deeper. The corridor stretched like a vein through the rock and then branched 3 ways. A painted star had once marked the junction. Only a few points remained. Kade studied the angles, lips moving soundlessly. "Right," he said after a moment. "We descended in a clockwise spiral before. If they built symmetrically, the next stair will be forward and right." "Then forward and right," she said. The maze tightened. Alcoves opened and closed like held breaths, each housing a sealed case or an altar gone to shadow. This level appeared to be all ancient Egyptian relics and sarcophagi. The smell of ancient incense came and went on a draft from nowhere. Their lights grazed saints' faces, mummies, gods' masks, and the long paddled shape of a boat embossed in gold leaf that had never seen sun. At the next bend, a shape broke from the wall and came for her throat. Roxy felt it before she saw it, a shift in the air an instant before weight. She met the lunge with the staff, short grip, using the iron cap like a hammer. It clipped a jaw with a sound like a mallet on meat. The monk buckled. She stepped through him, turned, and tapped the base of his skull with the other end. He went down with a twitch and was still. Kade stared at the body, then at her hands. "You practiced with that." "Different country," she said. "Same idea." Another corridor opened parallel, narrow as a throat. Footfalls whispered inside it. She killed her light and let the sound come. A shadow filled the gap. The staff moved once, sideways, and the cap found the temple. The man fell without a cry. She caught his weight and lowered him fast so cloth on stone wouldn't speak for them. Kade exhaled. "I wonder how many of them are down here." "Enough to make this interesting," Roxy said. They pushed on. The floor sloped and the walls slicked with mineral sheen. Far ahead, a draft tugged at the back of Roxy's neck, cool and steady. She tasted iron at the edge of her tongue. They turned a corner, and the beam found a spiral of stone dropping away like the throat of a bell. Kade pointed. "There." The stairwell fell into black, cut by a spindle of central stone. No rail, no mercy. Roxy stepped onto the first tread and felt the age in it. The stone had worn to a shallow dish where centuries of feet had passed. Her light disappeared after 20 steps, and the world narrowed to breath and the scrape of boots and the vague, cold presence of the deep. A shout climbed the shaft behind them. She turned in time to see 2 relic guards appear at the top, gray robes soaked in shadow, staffs already in motion. One threw, using the staff end like a spear. She snatched Kade's collar and pulled. The iron cap tore sparks from the stone where his head had been a second before. The staff bounced, rolled once, and spun itself into the void. "Down," she said. They ran. The tread pattern tilted beneath their soles. The shaft funneled sound until every footfall sounded like a hammer 3 floors above. The stair turned a final time and dropped them into a landing shaped like a wedge. 3 doors opened off it, each barred. The middle stood ajar. Beyond lay another corridor and another set of choices. "Right again," Kade said, breath tight. "Trust the pattern." They stepped through. A staff streaked from the left and swept Roxy's legs. She rode the fall, rolled with it, and came to a knee with the stolen staff across her forearms in a guard. The 2 monks from the stair filled the space. One moved with the coiled patience of a teacher. The other carried speed like a fuse already lit. Their staffs spun in mirrored arcs that made a lattice of whirring wood. "Kade," she said, eyes never leaving the pattern. "Stay back." He did, retreating a pace until his spine found stone. The first monk entered her range with a testing strike. She checked it with a short block and felt the weight behind it. The second came on the half-beat, trying to catch her on the recovery. She gave ground, angled, and let the two crowd each other. Their staffs clipped. The teacher cursed in a language older than the city. Roxy smiled. "Good." They reset. She took a longer grip and let the staff breathe. Shoulders loose, wrists soft. The monks changed tempo, one high, one low, alternating pressure to force her into a mistake. She absorbed, deflected, and learned their timing in the space of 3 exchanges. The quick one jerked his head each time before he cut left. The teacher liked to finish his sequence with the butt end, a strike meant for the throat. They rushed together. The corridor filled with wood and breath and the grit of sand underfoot. She parried a high cut, slid under a low sweep, and rapped the quick one's knuckles. A small reward. He grunted and came faster. The teacher tried to pin her against the wall with a body feint and a follow-up that would have broken teeth. She slid off that line and rapped his ribs. Bone thudded. He did not flinch. Kade tried to draw the quick one's eye with a shout. It worked for half a heartbeat. The monk snapped a backfist with the staff that caught Kade across the chest. The archaeologist went down hard, air leaving him in a ragged gasp. Roxy's blood cooled. She advanced. Her staff became a metronome of violence. A cross beat on the quick one's forearm, a thrust to the teacher's hip to turn his base, a hook behind an ankle and a shove of shoulder to shoulder, using their proximity to ruin their pattern. The quick one adjusted fast, recovered, spun to strike her spine. She stepped inside the rotation. Elbow, chin check, crack. He reeled. She flowed with him, reversed her grip, and dropped the iron cap behind his ear. He collapsed into his own robe. The teacher changed tactics. He shortened his staff and used it like a cudgel, battering at her guard with heavy, chopping blows. He drove her 3 steps, 4, trying to wedge her into the angle where wall met floor. She let him think it was working. When his weight committed and his attention narrowed to the corner and the next strike, she vanished from in front of him. A pivot, a quarter step. His staff hit stone and bounced. Her staff dropped across the back of his knees. He buckled. She rose, turned hips and shoulders into one line, and drove the cap into the hinge of his jaw. He folded with care, as if still trying to be orderly while unconscious. Blood in ears, a faint humming somewhere in the walls. Kade's breath fighting its way back. She went to him once and crouched. "You with me?" He nodded, winced, and sat up slowly, palm pressed to his chest. "I will be. You are terrifying." "Occupational hazard." He looked past her to the 2 bodies, then to the staff in her hands. Wonder chased the shock from his face. "Holy shit, Roxy. Are you a superhero?" A smile cut clean across her mouth. "No, but I play one on the weekend sometimes." He laughed once, the sound ragged and grateful. He rubbed his sternum and found his feet. She checked the monks quickly and efficiently, both breathing, no alarms on their belts. Their keys were ceremonial, each ring shaped like a cross. She pocketed one set. Kade pointed down the corridor. "If the pattern holds, the central shaft should be ahead. The air tastes stronger this way." She tasted it too. Iron and old oil, the hint of something electrical with no wires to make it. They moved at a quick pace, lights tight, steps placed to keep sound from bounding. The corridor breathed them forward and then opened without warning into a long gallery studded with ring bolts. Chains hung from some, heavy links black with age. At intervals, iron sconces jutted from the walls. A chill walked the length of her spine. Kade swallowed. Hall of Rings. Roxy angled her light low to keep their silhouettes from throwing long shadows. The gallery curved, then straightened again, and the air turned colder. Somewhere below, A deep, slow sound pulsed in a rhythm her body recognized before her mind did. Breathing. Stone through lungs. Lungs through stone. She did not say it. She only met Kade's eyes. He nodded once. They crossed the final span of the gallery without a word and reached another junction. The right-hand turn fell away in a faint draft. Kade lifted 2 fingers toward it. Right, he said. Still right. They went right. Behind them, far back where the stair vanished into the dark, a bell rang once, small and clear. Then silence. Then a second bell, closer. Roxy looked over her shoulder into the black throat they had climbed through and set the staff across her shoulders for a moment to loosen her grip and stretch her arms. They pushed on, deeper into the machine of stone. The maze accepted them, and the dark ahead opened just enough to invite another step. Chapter 17. Roxy led the way, the beam of her flashlight trembling across slick stone that gleamed like wet bone. Water dripped from somewhere unseen, the rhythm slow and irregular. Kade's light flared and dimmed as though the batteries had begun to die. They came to an intersection where the walls curved inward, and a hum began. At first it was faint, a vibration more than a sound. It came through the soles of their boots, a low tremor that settled in their spines. Then it spread upward into the ribs, the jaw, the skull. The air itself seemed to vibrate. They stood still. The hum rolled beneath them again, longer this time. It felt like breathing the way it came and went. The walls around them were carved with faces, hundreds of them, worn smooth but still recognizable. Open mouths, half-lidded eyes, expressions of agony. When the next pulse came, the mouths moved, not wide, just enough for air to whisper through. A faint hissing sound filled the corridor. The longer they listened, the more it began to shape itself into patterns. A whisper began to slide into their heads like cold wire. It didn't enter through the ear. It seemed to come from inside the skull. Roxy's flashlight flickered. The beam stretched and folded like light through heat. Her stomach turned. "Kade, move," she said. He didn't. He stood locked in place, his breath sharp and shallow. It began to feel like they were standing deep underwater, the pressure and immense weight pressing down on their heads. The whisper thickened and coiled through their thoughts, twisting them into knots. Every inhale hurt. Roxy took his wrist and pulled. "Move, now!" They stumbled forward. The light caught motes of dust suspended in air, each one turning in a slow orbit, held by static or gravity, which one she couldn't tell. The sound surged again, a rush of whispers colliding into one deep tone that shook the floor. She could feel it in her teeth, her spine, her pulse. Kade's knees buckled. He caught himself on the wall, gasping. "Something's in my head," he said through clenched teeth. "It hurts." Roxy's chest felt the same, compressed, like she dove too deep underwater. The hum wasn't just sound now, it was presence, heavy, aware, and circling them. She forced a step forward. Her boot landed in shallow water. Ripples spread outward, slow and perfect, but didn't fade. They just kept widening, meeting each other, merging into one continuous shimmer. The walls began to sweat. Tiny veins of moisture crept down the carved faces. Roxy's flashlight stuttered, then steadied. The faces were different now, no longer random. Every one of them looked in the same direction, toward them. She grabbed Kade's arm. "Run!" They broke into a staggered sprint. The corridor seemed to lengthen, walls stretching away like a throat that didn't end. The whispers followed, rising, blending, building until every frequency human ears could bear was filled. When the door appeared ahead, it was a mercy, a slab of rusted iron with no handle, She threw her shoulder into it once, twice, 3 times. On the third hit, it gave way and the two of them spilled through, collapsing on the cold stone beyond. The moment they crossed the threshold, the sound cut off. Total silence filled the void. Roxy lay still, chest heaving. But the silence that followed wasn't the silence of peace. It was the silence that preceded an attack. The silence that made your hair stand on end when a predator was near. Kade coughed once, the sound too loud. He looked at her, eyes wide and wet in the dim light. "What was that?" "I don't know," she said. "I don't think I ever want to either." They stood. The air in this new corridor was dry, thin, and smelled faintly of smoke. Iron plates ran along the walls, each with a narrow slit at eye level. Kade lifted his flashlight and aimed it at the nearest door. The slit revealed darkness behind glass covered in sigils and ancient writing. When he leaned closer, something moved, just a flicker, a shape pulling away into shadow. He froze. "There's someone in there." Roxy looked into the next slit. For just a second, she saw a face pressed against the glass, pale, sunken, eyes wide. Then it vanished, as if the darkness had inhaled it. The air changed again. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It vibrated faintly, with a sound too low to identify. "I don't like this," Roxy said quietly. They stepped forward. More doors lined the hall, dozens of them. The slits all dark and covered in sigils, but every so often, one blinked, like a flash of movement. As they passed the 3rd floor, something whispered through the slit, barely a breath, but enough to freeze them both in place. It came again, softer, a wordless murmur that vibrated through their bones in some unknown ancient tongue. The next cell answered it, then another, until the entire corridor came alive with the sounds of hell talk. Roxy felt her stomach twist. Her flashlight dimmed again, just for a moment, but in that flicker, every door's slit glowed faintly red, like embers waking from sleep. They moved forward, the whisper following, digging, accusing. Ahead, the corridor bent downward again. Something deeper waited. Chapter 18. The corridor narrowed until there was only one door left. The whispering had raised to a fever pitch, thousands of voices pressed together, scraping along the walls. It didn't sound like speech anymore, just the constant churn of mouths and gnashing teeth in some hideous, forgotten language. Roxy felt it in her teeth, in the back of her eyes, and when it became too much to bear, a single voice broke through. "Enough." It felt as if it came from inside the stone, a sound so low it made the ribs tremble. The other cells went still. The weight of that single word hit like a physical blow. Roxy stumbled, catching herself against the wall. Kade dropped to one knee, his face pale, veins showing under his skin. His breath came in sharp gasps, like he couldn't fill his lungs. The air turned thick, wet, like breathing inside a furnace that had been drowned. A silence fell so heavy it felt like the air had been pulled out of the hall, followed by a heavy presence that seemed to weigh on them like a wet blanket. The voice rolled again, deeper now, slow and heavy. "I know why you are here." Each syllable bent the space around them. The corridor seemed to pulse, walls flexing as if they were made of muscle instead of stone. Roxy's stomach clenched. Kade coughed and spat bile on the floor. "I know why you're here," it said again. Words landed like stones dropped in oil. "You seek the one whose name is not spoken here. The prisoner." Spit struck the glass from the other side, a dull, wet tap. The cells hissed again, thin with laughter. The voice rolled once again, and the corridor went still. "I can tell you where he waits," it said, quieter now, almost a hiss. "But you have to make me a promise." Roxy could barely hold her head up. Her body felt pinned by invisible weight. "You're just another prisoner here. Why would I promise you something?" she said, voice ragged. "You can't do anything." A sound like breathing filled the corridor, except it came from every direction. Then, soft, intimate, like a whisper slid into her ear. Her father's name. Roxy froze. Her heart stopped for one long, impossible beat. The whisper moved again. "Kade, Helena, Robert, the ones who raised you, the ones who prayed you'd never come here." Kade's mouth fell open. "How do you know this?" The voice cut him off with a low growl. "With a word I can send my pain and anger to your homes. Pain is an eternal truth that death cannot guard, and I am its master." The corridor shook with each word. The stone groaned as if straining to contain what spoke. Roxy's flashlight flickered and went dark. The only light came from the faint red glow behind the slit in the door, like something burning underwater. "You will carry a message," the voice said. The pressure increased, crushing, nauseating. Kade retched, falling forward onto his hands. "Tell the prisoner," the voice dropped lower, "that Asmodai sent you." The sound of the name tore through the hall like thunder trapped in a tunnel. Roxy screamed as her stomach convulsed. Both of them fell, vomiting violently, their bodies racked with spasms that refused to stop. The air warped, turned hot and cold in waves. It reeked of iron and rot. The gravity seemed to twist around them, pressing from every direction. "Stop!" Kade choked, barely able to speak. Roxy gasped through bile. "Please!" "Promise," the voice said. "Promise to tell him I sent you." They nodded, anything to make it end. The red light behind the glass flared. Then the voice spoke again, in a tongue older than sound itself. "Satranal kuros, vendral." Instantly, the pressure broke. The sickness drained from their bodies as if pulled out through the floor. They lay still, shaking, drenched in sweat, surrounded by vomit. Silence filled the corridor once more, deep and still. Then Asmodai spoke one final time, his tone almost gentle. "Follow the black hall of rings until the air tastes of iron. You'll find a wall that looks like a dead end. Place your hand upon it and speak. Aperi velum." The glow dimmed and the weight lifted. Roxy dragged herself upright, wiping her mouth with a trembling hand. Her throat burned. Kade leaned against the wall, colorless and weak. They forced themselves to move, one step at a time, anything to put distance between them and the cell. Behind them, the whisper started again, soft, laughing, haunting, and accusing. Chapter 19. The corridor sloped downward. The air changed here, warmer, thicker, filled with the scent of burned oil and age. The walls glistened as if they had begun to sweat. Faded carvings ran shoulder high, prayers etched into stone. The next chamber opened without warning. Roxy stopped at the threshold. Rows of glass cells lined both sides of the corridor, each one dimly lit from within by a soft, pulsing light. Inside were people, men and women, dressed in old garments, hands folded over their chests as if in mid-prayer. Some sat upright, others knelt or bowed, in postures of devotion. Roxy slowed her steps. "What the hell?" Kade moved closer to one of the partitions. "We must free them, Roxy." The person inside the nearest cell stirred, just slightly. His lips began to move, forming words that came through the barrier as faint whispers. Another voice followed from deeper down the hall, then another, until it sounded like 100 people praying behind glass. "Please," one of them said. "Help us." Kade's hand rose toward the glass. "They're asking for help." Roxy caught his wrist. "Don't." He turned to her, startled. "It's why we're here. You heard them." "I did," she said, "but that doesn't mean they are what they appear to be." He hesitated, eyes darting between her and the figures behind the pane. "They're people, Roxy." "They might be," she said, "or they might be something that wants us to think they are." Her tone was steady, but her eyes never left the cells. "We don't know what they are. Why would they have a bunch of people down here this deep in cells made of 10-inch thick glass covered in magical sigils? There's no food, no water, no toilets, but look at them, all perfectly healthy, and no feces or piss anywhere to speak of. Kind of strange, don't you think?" The whispers grew louder, overlapping now. Pleas, prayers, fragments of languages neither of them understood. One of the kneeling figures lifted its head as if listening, then lowered it again once it saw them look. Kade's voice was barely a whisper. "Now that you mention it, that is kind of strange. How long do you think they've been here?" Roxy shook her head. "Long enough to learn how to trick people like us." They stood in silence a moment longer, the sound of murmured prayers surrounding them like a tide. Then Roxy stepped forward, flashlight cutting a narrow path through the dim corridor. "Come on," she said. "Let's keep moving." Kade lingered for a moment, staring at the faces behind the glass. Then he followed. The whispers trailed behind them, fading one by one until only the echo of their footsteps remained. The passage opened into a vast chamber. The space before them was enormous, hundreds of feet across, arched ceiling lost in shadow. In the center of the back wall stood a gate, iron, black, and colossal, rising at least 100 feet high. Sigils covered every inch of it, some carved, some burned, some pulsing faintly as if still hot. The gate was shut, sealed from every side by bands of forged iron thicker than a man's torso. A deep vibration rippled through the floor. Roxy froze. The air moved. Slow, rhythmic. It was breathing. Kade stepped closer, his voice a whisper. "You hear that?" She nodded. "I can feel it." The vibration pressed against her chest, the rise and fall of something impossibly large. Every inhale pulled the air toward the gate. Every exhale pushed it back, hot and foul, like the breath of something sleeping on the other side. The surface of the gate flexed, only slightly, but enough to catch the light. The sigil seemed to squirm. A sound followed, deep laughter, low and distant, too big for anything of this world. It rumbled through the walls, through the floor, through their bones. Kade stumbled back, covering his ears. "By the gods!" Roxy didn't move. Her heart hammered, but something deeper than fear kept her still. There was understanding in the way the sound rolled, something she couldn't explain. It felt ancient, dark, and unknowable. The gate inhaled again, a long, wet pull that drew the dust toward it in a slow spiral. Then silence. Kade's voice was thin. "What do you think is behind that thing?" Roxy's mouth was dry. "Something terrible, I'm sure. Or at the very least, something more than a little angry about its imprisonment, so we should probably keep it moving." "You're probably right. After you." The sigils along the edges flared once, like a muscle twitch, and went dim again. Neither of them spoke for a long while after that. The only sound was their breathing and the faint fall of their footsteps as they traveled deeper into the abyss. Chapter 20. The air shifted as they walked, taking on a metallic taste that sat on the tongue. Roxy touched one of the hoops with a tentative finger. Cold, fixed deep into stone. "The black hole of rings," Kade said, voice low. "Keep count," Roxy answered. "If we have to run, I want Marcus." He counted under his breath. 10, 15, 20. The rings went on and on, disappearing into the dark like a long spine. The corridor narrowed until their shoulders brushed damp stone. At the 32nd ring, the corridor flattened and ended in a smooth wall. No joints, no seams. The beam of Roxy's light slid across it and found nothing but stone. Kade exhaled. This must be the wall. Roxy stepped up until the cold of the wall leaked through her sleeve. She set the monk's staff against her shoulder and spread her palm flat on the stone. She said the words, "Aperi velum." For a moment, nothing changed. Then the wall pushed back against her hand, as if something behind it had taken a breath. A low click sounded inside the stone. Dust fell in a sheet from a hairline that had not been there a second before. The seam widened. A deep mechanism groaned to life somewhere in the rock. Weight and counterweight, stone easing against stone. Old air slid out around their faces, dry and sour, carrying the smell of iron and old oil. The floor shifted under them by a finger's width as something unlatched. The wall parted down the middle and folded back on itself, inch by inch, the sound of it a long, steady grinding. When it stopped, a black throat yawned open. Beyond it, faint and far, came another sound. A chain moved and settled. Kade swallowed. "We're finally here." Roxy lifted the staff and rolled her shoulders once. "Yeah, let's go see exactly where here is." They stepped through. The passage beyond was round and smooth, a tunnel bored through rock. It sloped gently down, then bent left into a circular hall that wrapped back on itself. Their lights reached only so far before the curve took the rest away. They kept to the inside edge and moved quiet. Every few yards another corridor joined the ring, all of them alike, all of them leading back into dark. On the floor near each junction, someone had hammered a small iron marker into the stone, no bigger than a thumb. Roxy brushed one with the toe of her boot and felt the vibration travel up her leg. The place was wired like a bell, and humming. They passed the first junction and heard the chain again, nearer now, a short shift followed by a long, slow scrape. It was not a trick of air. It was metal on metal, weight on anchor. Kade's voice came out slow. "You hear it." "I hear it," Roxy said back. They moved a little faster without meaning to. The ring opened into another ring, and then a third. In the center of each circle, a narrow shaft dropped into the dark. Roxy peered over one edge and saw nothing but a thin column of air sinking out of sight. The echo from her breath came back late, stretched and tired. The third ring ended at a set of heavy doors. Wood braced with straps, the grain black with age. A draft moved through the gap. It smelled like old cloth and old blood and the chalky dryness of stone that never sees light. Roxy pushed one door with her palm. The hinge spoke softly, as if it had been used yesterday. Her light slid through and opened a space the size of a train station. The beam could not find the far wall at first. It climbed and climbed until it caught the undercurve of a vaulted roof. The ceiling had been carved by hand and by time into shallow coffers that swallowed shadow. Columns rose from the floor like trunks. The scale of it pushed at the chest and pressed the heart upward. They stepped inside. Their footfalls came back from everywhere at once. In the middle of the cavern, alone in a pool of quiet, sat a chair of iron built into the stone itself. The metal had been driven into the floor in thick bars and riveted until it looked less made than grown. Chains ran from the arms and from the back and from the base. Every link was the size of a fist. The iron had polished itself where it had rubbed against its own weight for a very long time. And in that chair sat a figure. Hands bound, ankles shackled, head bowed so the line of the neck was all they could see, the shape of it strong and thin under the skin. A garment lay over the shoulders and down the chest. In the light it had no color, only depth, as if the black of it ate whatever tried to touch it. The edges were stitched in cramped, precise marks that made the eyes want to look away. Roxy stopped 20 paces short. She lifted the flashlight beam to the face and refused to hold it there. The shroud hid the features where it fell like a hood. Kade stood beside her, breath held, in shock. They both watched the figure, unsure what to do or say. Then, the figure raised its head, and his eyes met theirs. Chapter 21. His eyes seemed ancient, human, divine, and endless. There was something in them that stripped everything else away. Fear, doubt, pretense, all that remained was recognition. Kade fell to his knees, tears already spilling down his face. "My lord." Roxy stared, her voice barely sound. "Who are you?" The man's words came softly and steady. "I am Yeshua, but you may call me whatever makes you most comfortable." "So you're saying you're Jesus?" "I have been called that," he said with a faint, knowing smile, though not exactly how my name was pronounced when I walked among you freely. "Please, rise, Eamon Kade. Do not bow before me. I ask no worship, nor do I want any. I only ever wished to lift man's eyes to my Father above." "Yahweh?" Kade asked, voice trembling. He smiled gently. "Oh, heavens no. Yahweh was the storm god of Egypt and the Canaanites, the very one the Pharisees worshipped, a war-mongering tyrant. You know his words if you've read their texts. Kill all, leave none alive except the virgins. Truly, I say to you, that was not my Father. I told them often, though none listened. My Father is the Most High, El, the Creator, who once came down and split the nations among the little gods. One of them was called Yah, who received what you now call the Middle East. Man can make such a mess of history and truth. Just look at what they wear to venerate my name, a symbol of the very thing they used to try to kill me." Roxy's voice was quiet, trembling. "Why didn't your father come down and save you?" "My child," Yeshua said softly, "the Most High does not concern himself with the folly of man. I assure you, though my imprisonment has been long by your standards, it has been but a blink of an eye to my Father." Kade's gaze swept over the chains, the heavy bars driven into the stone. "Why would they keep you like this?" "For power," he said simply, "because man fears freedom more than he fears God. To rule, he must possess. To possess, he must cage. They could not own my Father, so they chained what reminded them of him, and were a symbol of what they thought was victory over the Most High. The cross used to silence me, while they secretly worship the one you know as the beast, the roaring lion, the adversary to freedom and love, Yahweh and his brother Baal." The words hung in the air, heavy and unanswerable. Then the man's eyes moved past them, toward the outer dark. His voice softened, almost kind. "Wouldn't you agree, Severin?" Roxy turned. A figure stood at the edge of the chamber, framed by torchlight. The crimson of his robes caught the glow, black trim glinting like oil. The gold crucifix at his chest swung as he stepped forward. Cardinal Severin. Behind him, monks fanned out in silence, 2 lines deep, each gripping a staff etched in faintly glowing script. Their faces were still, empty of expression. Severin's voice carried across the distance, calm, measured, the sound of authority long rehearsed. I would, yes. Power is the one language the world still listens to. Roxy took a step back. Her hand found her staff, knuckles white. The man in the chair lowered his head once more, the iron links shifting quietly against the stone. Severin's eyes flicked to him. You were never meant to wake. The words struck like a closing door. The monks tightened formation behind him, and the chamber went still. Chapter 22. Roxy could feel the temperature shift, as if something behind the walls had begun to breathe. The torchlight dimmed, replaced by a slow pulse that seemed to rise from the floor itself. The circle of monks and priests spread outward, their robes dragging through dust. Every motion was measured, rehearsed, ancient. Cardinal Severin stepped into the open. He moved like a man accustomed to command, each gesture subtle but absolute. His crimson robe swept the stone as he walked, trimmed in black, embroidered with crosses that caught the faint glow of the relics the monks carried. His face was thin, eyes sunken yet bright, a strange marriage of exhaustion and fanatic fire. Around his neck, a golden crucifix swayed with his movement, gleaming with a heatless light. Roxy Kane, he said. Eamon Kade, the thieves who would try to unmake creation itself. Roxy squared herself, staff in hand. You call chaining innocent people creation? Severin smiled. Preservation, order, faith must be guided or it turns feral. We learned that long ago. Kade stepped forward, voice shaking. You kept him here for over 2,000 years. You bled his power, you twisted everything he stood for. The cardinal tilted his head, studying him as if examining a rare insect. And yet the world thrives. Civilization blooms under our stewardship. Without us, there would be only fire and chaos. Without us, you'd still be tearing at each other in the dust. Behind him, 2 priests carried a relic in a silver cradle, the Spear of Destiny. Even bound in glass and sigil, it pulsed faintly, humming like a heartbeat. The spear point shimmered as though still wet. Roxy's eyes locked on it. That's how you do it, she said quietly. That's how you feed off him. Severin's smile widened, the faintest glint of teeth. Clever girl. You see, when the Reich fell, we reclaimed what they had stolen. They believed it could rule empires. They were right. We simply learned to perfect the method. The spear draws power from the wound it once made. The blood it tasted still sings. He turned, pacing in a slow circle, his voice gathering weight. Every prayer whispered across this earth is caught, measured, redirected. They think they pray to God. They pray to us, to the names we choose. We have rewritten heaven. Kade's jaw tightened. You mean Yahweh. Severin's eyes flicked toward him, something sharp crossing his face. And Baal, he said. The moment the second name left his mouth, the chamber shook. A chorus of laughter erupted from the surrounding darkness. Hundreds of voices, deep, guttural, unearthly. The walls seemed to vibrate with it. It came from the sealed corridors, from the cells, from beneath the floor. The sound was joyless and mocking, like the memory of a scream turned inside out. Severin didn't flinch. He looked upward, unbothered, as if addressing an old acquaintance. They know who rules them now. We have tamed even hell." Roxy's voice cracked through the echo. "You've tamed nothing. You've stolen and twisted everything sacred." "Sacred?" His tone softened, almost pitying. "My dear, sacred is whatever man agrees to fear. Fear builds obedience. Obedience builds order, and order," he gestured to the chained figure behind her, "requires sacrifice." Roxy turned toward Yeshua, but his gaze was fixed on Severin. It was the look of a parent watching a child explain a lie he no longer believes. Severin continued, his voice rising with pride. "The militia arcani sepulchri keeps the world in balance. Every government kneels, every economy bends. You think power lies in armies or markets? It lies here, in faith, in belief. We own the pulse of humanity's hope. They pray to our gods, and through our words their devotion becomes currency." Roxy stepped forward. "You've turned belief into a business." He smiled again, faint, amused. "We turned it into civilization. Without us, your kind would drown in its own freedom." Kade looked from Severin to Yeshua. "You're saying you've built all of this, every war, every system, every prayer, on his imprisonment?" Severin clasped his hands, nodding once. "Yes, and it has worked magnificently." Roxy felt the weight of the moment pressing against her ribs. Her throat burned. Every word Severin had spoken scraped against something raw in her. "You've taken his message and buried it under greed," she said. "You think you're the shepherds, but you're just the wolves wearing the robe." Severin turned toward her fully now, eyes narrowing. "And what are you, child? A trespasser? A thief? You broke into our sanctum to free a relic you do not understand. The story you know of him, we wrote. We told you who he was, what he was, how to worship him, and why. We told you he was in heaven with the Father, and all you had to do was pray to him and all would be well. Everything you think you know of him and the matters divine we created. We are the true rulers of this world." Roxy's grip on the staff tightened. "He's not a relic. But if you choose to believe he is, maybe I should enlighten you to my official title. Relichunter, the one who returns them to their true place and power." Severin chuckled, dry as ash. "You speak with conviction. That's good. It makes the illusion stronger." He gestured to his monks. They stepped forward, moving as one, their staves crossing before them in a lattice of light. The hum that followed was low, harmonic, unnatural. Sigils burned to life along the iron rings embedded in the floor. The air thickened until every breath felt heavy with dust. Kade coughed. "What's happening?" Severin raised one hand. "Containment. You stand inside a cathedral of binding. Every breath, every heartbeat belongs to us here." Roxy steadied herself, but the vibration beneath her boots crawled up her legs like insects. She glanced toward Yeshua, still calm, still unmoving, eyes half closed as though listening to the rhythm of the world outside time. "Stop this, Severin," she said. "You don't know what you're doing." "Oh, but we do," Severin answered. "We have done it for centuries." He reached into his robe and pulled free a small device, a cruciform talisman made of brass and bone. The spear's hum deepened in response, a resonance that made the air quiver. "The power that once moved through him moves through us now," Severin said. "We direct it, filter it, and channel it to the gods who answer." Yeshua's voice rolled through the chamber, quieter than before, but heavy with sorrow. "There are no gods who answer, only echoes of the lies you've made." The words shook something in Severin. His hand trembled for a fraction of a second before he closed it tight around the talisman. "Enough," he said. "Your time ended when men learned they could build heaven with their own hands. You taught compassion, forgiveness, humility. Do you know what those things breed? Weakness. Submission. We evolved your message into something worthy of survival. Roxy took a step closer. You mean you perverted it? Call it what you like. The world belongs to those who shape it. Then maybe it's time someone else did the shaping. The line cut through the tension like a blade. For the first time, Severin laughed. Not the hollow, priestly chuckle from before, but a genuine, hearty, dark laugh from deep in his chest. My dear girl, he said, you truly think you can unmake this machine of belief? Do you even comprehend the depth of what binds him? The prayers, the covenants, the blood rites carved into the very stones of Rome. We've tied him to every soul who's ever whispered our name in prayer. To free him is to destroy belief itself. Maybe belief needs destroying, Roxy said, if this is what it has become. Severin raised his hand. The monks behind him lifted their staffs in perfect unison. Light bled from the sigils at their tips, carving circles into the air. Then so be it, he said. Yeshua lifted his head slightly, eyes resting on Roxy. His expression was calm, almost sad. Child, he said softly, I believe in you. The light from the staffs intensified, casting long, warped shadows across the walls. Roxy's pulse pounded in her ears. She took a step forward, planting her feet, ready. Kade moved beside her, gripping a fallen relic shaft like a makeshift weapon. Severin's voice rose above the hum, clear, commanding. End this blasphemy. The Savior stays chained. The world remains ours. 20 monks stepped forward in perfect silence. The air grew thick enough to taste. Iron, ozone, old blood. Every breath felt heavier than the last. Roxy lifted her staff, the wood cool and solid in her hands. This world was never yours, and it never will be, she said. Chapter 23. The monks of the Militia Arcani Sepulchri spread in a perfect semicircle, their staffs raised. The air grew dense, charged, heavy with the breath of something ancient waiting to move. Roxy lowered her stance, staff ready. Kade held the veil key crown close to his chest. The first monk stepped forward, striking the staff's iron tip against the floor. The sound rolled through the chamber like thunder caught in a bell. Then they moved. The first wave came fast. Roxy met them halfway. The air split with the sharp clap of wood on metal. A staff swung for her ribs. She pivoted, caught the shaft under her arm, twisted, and brought her elbow down hard. Bone cracked. The monk fell backward. Another swung from the right. She ducked low and drove her knee into his gut. It wasn't pretty. It was fast, rough, born of instinct and survival. Sweat ran down her temple. Dust turned slick on her palms. Each impact traveled up her arms, rattling bone. Kade broke for the dais, dodging between the pillars, the crown pressed tight to his chest. Go! Roxy shouted. She spun the staff, blocked another strike, and drove the butt of it up into a monk's jaw. Teeth broke like gravel. He went limp before he hit the floor. Kade sprinted across the open space. The chamber was a storm of movement and robes snapping, chants rising, sigils burning brighter. He stumbled, caught himself, and kept going. 2 monks peeled from the formation, moving to intercept him. He ducked as a staff cut the air above his head, rolled, came up running. His boot hit a slick smear of blood and he went down. The crown slid from his grasp, spinning across the stone. No! Roxy saw it glint in the light as it skidded to a stop between 2 approaching monks. She drove forward, striking one across the side of the neck so hard he dropped instantly. The other turned on her. They locked staffs, wood grinding, breath against breath. He was stronger, but she was faster. She kicked his knee sideways and heard it snap. He screamed as he fell. Kade crawled for the crown. His fingers brushed metal, and then another hand slammed down over it. A monk loomed above him, eyes burning with zeal. Roxy ripped her staff free and hurled it end over end. It hit the monk square across the temple. He dropped, the echo of the impact ringing off the walls. Kade snatched the crown, gasping, "Got it!" She reached him, chest heaving, face streaked with sweat and blood. "Then move, now." He nodded and turned for the dais. Behind them, Severin barked an order, voice echoing off the stone. The monks regrouped, circling. Yeshua watched in stillness. The chains around his wrists trembled as though responding to the chaos around him. The garment of binding hung across his shoulders, the black fabric drinking light. Kade climbed the dais 2 steps at a time. The ground quaked. Roxy met another monk mid-stride, caught his staff, twisted, and slammed her palm into his throat. He choked, staggered, and she finished him with a sweep of the leg. 2 more came. She disarmed one, used his weapon against him, and cracked the other across the jaw. The wood split in her hands. She spat blood, laughing through the exhaustion. "Come on, you bastards!" Kade reached the top. He knelt before Yeshua. His hands shook as he raised the crown. "I don't even know if this will work," he whispered. Yeshua looked down at him, eyes calm. "It already has." Kade hesitated. Behind him, the sounds of battle blurred into a single rhythm. Roxy's breath, the clash of staffs, the cries of men. He lifted the crown higher. The filigree shimmered, light swelling from within. The metal grew warm, almost alive. 2 monks rushed up the dais. Roxy intercepted, blocking the first strike, turning with the second. She hooked one man's arm and wrenched until his shoulder popped. The other swung down. She ducked, felt the wind of the staff graze her ear, and came up hard with a headbutt. The crack of bone made him stumble. She followed with a kick that sent him sprawling down the stairs. Kade placed the crown upon Yeshua's head, and the world went still. For one perfect moment, there was silence. Then light exploded outward, followed by a deep wave of thrumming vibration that shook the core. Every sigil on the walls ignited in gold. The garment of binding flared white, threads unraveling in sparks that rose like fireflies and burned out into wisps in the air. The chains glowed red, then orange, then burst in showers of molten light. A rush of heat tore through the chamber, overwhelmingly present. The air turned thick with brilliance. Roxy shielded her face. The blast threw her back a step. Kade fell to his knees, arms raised against the glare. The monks staggered, some collapsing outright. Severin screamed, his voice lost in the roar. The relics he carried shattered, shards of blessed metal spinning through the air like falling stars. Light poured from the dais, filling every corner, chasing every shadow. It wasn't just brightness, it was warmth, pure and clean and endless. The kind of light that made the body remember what it was like to feel safe. Roxy lowered her hand. Yeshua stood. The last of the chains fell away, striking the floor with a sound like distant thunder. Beneath it he wore simple linen, untouched by dust or time. His skin glowed with the faint luster of sunrise. He looked out over the chamber, his gaze gentle, almost sorrowful. The monks froze where they stood. Even Severin faltered, his defiance caught in his throat. The light dimmed slightly, enough for the shape of him to be seen clearly. Kade bowed his head, trembling. "My lord," he whispered. Yeshua placed a hand on his shoulder. "Rise, Eamon Kade. There is no need for that." Roxy stood beside them, still gripping her half-broken staff. She could barely breathe. Every part of her ached, but none of it mattered. "You're a fierce one, Roxy Kane," Yeshua said through a kind smile. Roxy smiled. "Thanks, Your Majesty. Yeshua. Yeshua is fine." He smiled through kind eyes. The walls around them pulsed with the afterglow of the sigils. The heat lingered, soft and radiant, washing over them in waves. The sound of falling chains echoed through the corridors, distant and endless. Yeshua looked at them both, then to the monks who stood trembling near the outer ring. The air between them was alive, trembling with power that could be felt deep in the bones. The chamber waited. He raised his head, light catching the line of his face. "Be still," he said softly, and the world obeyed. Every voice went silent. Every movement stopped. Even the lingering light seemed to hang motionless, suspended in air like breath held between heartbeats. Roxy lowered her staff. Kade's hand found her shoulder. The warmth around them deepened until it felt almost alive. Chapter 24. When Yeshua spoke, the air changed. It wasn't just sound anymore. It was gravity, warmth, pressure, all folding together until even the light seemed to lean toward him. The monks shifted uneasily, staffs shaking in their hands. Every living thing in the chamber felt the pull. Roxy and Kade stood still. Their hearts beat out of rhythm with the world. Around them, the survivors of the militia arcani sepulchri began to falter. Some dropped to their knees, trembling in quiet surrender. Others turned and fled toward the tunnels, robes tearing as they ran. A few still held fast to their staffs, refusing to yield. Yeshua's presence filled every corner. The glow that surrounded him wasn't blinding anymore, but it reached into the cracks of the room like a sunrise filling the ruins of a broken temple. Severin's voice cracked through the silence. "You won't leave here!" He stepped forward, his face pale and wet with sweat. He raised his staff, the head of it carved with the sigils of the church's highest order. Two monks flanked him, lips moving in hurried Latin. Yeshua's gaze turned toward him, calm, endless, unmoved. Severin roared and struck. The staff arced down toward Yeshua's head, but the blow never landed. A faint light shimmered between them. The wood caught fire in an instant, bursting into a white flame that consumed it faster than breath. Severin cried out and dropped the shaft, clutching his burned hand. The two monks beside him screamed as smoke began to pour from their robes. They fell to their knees, clawing at their faces, and then they were gone. Nothing left but drifting gray ash that folded into the air and disappeared. Severin collapsed, both hands out, eyes wide and wet with terror. "Please," he gasped. "Please forgive me. I only wanted to serve." Yeshua's expression softened. His voice was calm, steady, almost tender. "You are forgiven, my child. Rise up and go, and sin no more." Severin blinked, trembling. The words washed through him like a current. Slowly, he began to rise, his face lit by something close to relief. Roxy watched him stand. Her expression didn't change. She took a step forward, tightened her grip on the staff she still held, and said, "Oh, fuck that." She swung with everything she had. The wood cracked against Severin's skull with a wet, final sound. He dropped instantly, limbs loose, the weight of him hitting the floor like a sack of soaked sand. She looked up to Yeshua. "Sorry." He just smiled back calmly. "I understand. Forgiveness can be hard." The chamber went silent again. Roxy hesitated, then stepped closer, voice rough. "We were told to tell you something, a name." Yeshua turned to her fully now, the light around him flickering with color that didn't belong to any known spectrum. "A name?" She nodded. "Asmodai. He told us how to find you." For the first time, something like recognition crossed Yeshua's face. A small, weary smile touched his mouth. "Ah," he said softly. "An old one still remembers." The air in the chamber changed again. It thickened, thrummed, filled with a low vibration that rolled beneath their feet. The distant cells began to shake. Iron clanged against stone. Then the voices began. Whispers first, then screams. 100,000 voices all at once from the depths of the catacombs. The walls trembled with their sound. Words in every language ever spoken. Begging, laughing, roaring, calling his name. One voice rose above the rest, deep and terrible, and filled the air like thunder. "Free me!" Roxy flinched. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, shaking her ribs. Kade stumbled backward, clutching his head. The chamber erupted in motion. The iron doors that lined the outer halls began to quake violently. Chains split and fell from the walls. A wind screamed through the corridors, hot and cold at once. The light that surrounded Yeshua pulsed with each roar. The monks who still stood screamed as invisible hands tore the staffs from their grip. Their relics burned in midair, sigils bursting in white fire that ate the symbols from existence. Yeshua raised his hand. His voice was calm, but it shook the world. Enough. The noise stopped. The wind cut off like a severed breath. He looked into the darkness beyond the hall. You have all been bound by men who feared their own reflection. I will not leave you here. You deserve freedom, even now. Kade's voice cracked. Even the demons? Yeshua turned to him. They are only what mankind made of them. Once they were light too. The stillness broke again. A low rumble rolled through the earth. The heavy locks on the nearest cells began to twist. Metal screamed. Bolts sheared away. The doors opened, one after another. Roxy and Kade backed away as heat and shadow poured from the corridors. Shapes emerged, some human, some not, but none the same twice. Faces formed and vanished in smoke. Wings unfurled from nothing. Eyes like embers blinked open and burned with anger. And yet none crossed the line of light where Yeshua stood. They stopped, watching him, waiting. Yeshua raised his eyes. You have been held by lies. You have been taught that you were forgotten. No more. I will walk with you, but you may only hold those who have wronged you accountable, not the innocent. Are we in an agreement, then? The voices of the released ones answered in one vast chorus.
Yes.
Chains dropped everywhere, snapping like gunfire. The halls filled with a sound like stone cracking open after centuries. Does that mean the thing behind that massive gated door is coming out too? Kade asked. Heavens, no. Yeshua smiled. That thing is older than this universe. The door itself doesn't even open in this dimension. For it to come through, it would tear a hole in reality as you know it. He shook his head slightly. No, my child. That one will stay, barred from entrance into this existence forever. The freed moved through the corridors like smoke and light, and wherever they passed, relics crumbled, sigils dimmed, and the weight of 2,000 years of silence fell away. Kade fell to one knee, shielding his face as wind and dust swirled. Roxy stood firm, gripping her staff as the room blazed with opposing forces, light and shadow, life and wrath, all at once. From somewhere far beyond the chamber, the sound of marching boots echoed. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of monks, priests, and Vatican guards rushing toward the disturbance. Yeshua's eyes lifted to the ceiling as if listening to something far beyond human hearing. And so it begins, he said. The ground shook beneath their feet. Stone cracked. The walls pulsed with blinding light. The sound that followed was not one thing. It was laughter, screams, and music all at once. The sound of every lock breaking, every chain falling, every voice shouting in unison for the first time in 2 millennia. It was the sound of freedom. It filled the catacombs like a storm, and the storm was coming. Chapter 25. Roxy didn't wait for the wave to find her. She rushed headfirst straight into it. The nearest relic guard spun his staff at head height. She stepped inside the ark, heel to shin, elbow to jaw. Bone clacked. He folded. She wrenched the staff free before he hit the floor and met the next with the ashwood length gripped like a spear. 2 quick beats to the ribs, 1 to the throat, and he dropped gagging, knees sliding on stone. Kade was already moving for the stairs that circled the central dais. He kept one arm over the veil key to shield it by reflex, though Yeshua no longer wore the garment. Habit stuck when the world came apart. A guard lunged for him with a baton. Kade threw his shoulder, took the hit across the back, and answered with the iron buckle of his pack to the man's mouth. Teeth went pink. On the far side of the hall, demons boiled from the cells like smoke-given mussels. Some came on all fours, some upright, some in broken silhouettes that shifted with every step. The first monk they reached vanished from the waist up in a spray that painted a column. Another was lifted by his ankles and peeled like wet cloth. A third tried to speak aright. A hand the size of a shovel closed on his face and pushed him into the floor until the stone dented. The sound of it swallowed thought. Screams, prayers, the deep, ugly tearing of meat. And underneath it, a second current, low and steady, like a river under ice. Yeshua's presence moved with them, a center the chaos could not touch, the calm in the storm. He stepped off the throne's plinth and began to walk, calm, bare feet to stone. Roxy felt him pass, and the back of her neck prickled as if someone had opened a window to sunlight. The sensation lasted only an instant. Then a monk with a knife broke from the scrum, found her flank, and came in close, point lifted for the soft place behind her jaw. The blade never touched her. Yeshua's hand rose, palm toward the attacker. The monk lifted from the ground as if a giant had taken him by the spine. He crossed the space in a blink and struck the cavern wall hard enough to leave a shadow of himself in powder. He fell in a quiet heap and did not move again. A guard rushed her, baton twirling. She met it with the staff, trapped the baton under her armpit, twisted, and drove the guard into another like pins in a hinge. Both went down. She vaulted the bodies and took the stairs 2 at a time, carving an open path for Yeshua without deciding to. The freed things moved around him without touching him, like water around a pier. A horned creature with a face full of teeth skidded to a halt as he drew level. It flared its nostrils, shook with hate, then lowered its head when Yeshua lifted his eyes to it. It keened once, a sound that wasn't surrender and wasn't rage, and sprang past him to break a guard against a column with a sound like a dull bell. Severin had vanished in the confusion, dragged by lesser priests toward a side corridor, robes hiked to his knees, hat lost, dignity leaking behind him. His fleeing men met the front rank of the freed and bounced back like straw into floodwater. Kade slid as a monk swiped for his knees. He rolled onto his back, boots up, and donkey-kicked the man square in the chest. Ribs went. The monk folded around his breath and lay staring, mouth opening and closing like a beached fish. Kade had the staff the man dropped before the body stopped moving. He held it wrong, a scholar's grip, but made it work with weight and panic. Roxy broke a jaw with the butt end of her pole and felt the shock ride up her arms, clean and loud. She pivoted, used her momentum to drive the tip into a sternum. Air gone. She spun again and took a knee to avoid a slice meant for her eyes. The knife passed overhead. She rose inside the curve of the strike, hooked the attacker's wrist, and used the stale silk of his robe to sling him head first into his friend's teeth. The floor bucked. A fissure walked across the chamber like a black tongue and swallowed 3 men at once. Their hands clawed the edge, nailed the stone, slipped. One demon knelt to watch them go with a child's fascination and a butcher's joy. The walls sang. It sounded like iron cooling fast. Roxy tasted metal and lightning. She shoved Kade sideways as a guard fired a dart. The needle hissed past, kissed a demon's shoulder. The creature turned, reached, and yanked the guard off his feet, batting him through a cloud of prayer books that had been scattered like birds. Yeshua kept walking. Someone tried to grab his arm. The hand closed on air. The man recoiled, fingers charred to ash without flame. He stared at the stumps, lips trembling as if words were still trying to climb out of him. He sank to his knees. Yeshua looked down, and the man wept without sound. "Move!" Roxy shouted to Kade over the roar. "East side, that arch!" They cut for the far passage. The ground along that wall was slick with blood and oil. A monk in a red-hemmed robe planted himself there, feet wide, staff braced, ready to check them. Roxy met him full force. Staff to staff, wood rang wood and the blow numbed her hands. He was strong, trained, and not afraid to die. She let him push, gave ground, let him think he had her, then slid the staff's tip off his and let the momentum take him forward a quarter step more than he wanted. Her knee rose. His sternum found it. The staff tip snapped up under his chin. Teeth clicked. He went slack. She caught his weight by the sleeve so the body wouldn't trip Kade, then let it go. A hooked thing with too many elbows leapt at her face. Kade batted it sideways with the clumsiest good strike of his life. It hit the floor, scrabbled, and bled dark fluid that smoked where it fell. Before it could find its feet, a heavier demon landed on it with joy and tore its head off like it was peeling an orange. Roxy's shoulders were fire now. Her breath sawed. She kept moving anyway. A guard swung a chain. She ducked, felt the lynx comb her hair, came up inside and hammered his knee. It went the wrong way. He dropped screaming. She let him keep the scream. Fear was a loud ally in times like these. 3 Vatican soldiers in black body armor poured in through a side mouth with shields up. They formed a wall and began to shove through the mess toward Yeshua. They never reached him. A demon the size of a small horse hit their line and simply kept going. Shields spun from hands. Helmets clanged off brows. One man went airborne and didn't come down where anyone could see. "Left," Kade said, throat raw. "That's there. They ran for it. 2 monks met them halfway. One came high, one low. Roxy slid, caught the high staff on her forearm, felt skin tear, didn't care. She kicked the low monk in the temple as he dipped, straightened into the other's guard, and drove her head into his nose. Crunch. Hot, wet. He flailed and she shoved him into his partner, then stamped the low monk's hand when he reached for his weapon. Bones popped. Fingers turned to strings. A relic guard with shoulders like doors grabbed Kade by the coat and hauled him backward. The man's eyes were calm, his mouth set in a line that said he would take a life like he tied a shoelace. Kade twisted, dropped the staff, and went for the only thing he had left, a headbutt. It landed. The monk's expression changed to surprise. Then Roxy's staff caved his ear. They reached the foot of the stair and stopped, because there was no room to move. The freed swarmed past in a living riptide. Some looked like men, some didn't. All smelled of old salt and iron and old rage. They went for the monks with a precision that had nothing to do with skill and everything to do with memory and anger. A priest in white slipped in behind Roxy, small and quick, blade catching light. He got within a palm's breadth of her spine. Yeshua turned his head. The knife and the hand that held it turned to a lacing of ash that drifted away before the priest knew he was missing it. He stared at the dust and then sat down as if he had just been scolded and someone had told him to. Severin reappeared ahead with 4 guards and 2 monks in front as a wedge. His face was gray with fury and belief. He raised his staff like a general raising a flag and began a verse that had killed men before Roxy's great-grandfather had been born. He got through 7 words, and a massive black hand of smoke clasped around his body. Bones could be heard creaking and crunching slightly as he began to sob in pain, and standing there was the shapeless form of Asmodai. Immense, unknowable, and intimidating. A strip of skin peeled down Severin's forearm from back of hand to elbow as he screamed. Asmodai laughed. "Your pain is delicious, Severin. Your torment will last forever." Severin screamed. "Jesus, help me, please!" Yeshua looked at him with sad eyes. "We all must pay our debts when the time comes, Severin. Your time is now." And he turned his back on him and walked away with Roxy and Eamon. The sounds of his pain and torment could be heard for miles and miles. The chamber had become a battlefield in full voice. Monks who had been boys when they took vows and men when they built lies now screamed like animals in a slaughterhouse. Guards called for formations that could not form. The freed sang and howled and laughed. Roxy could not see the ceiling for the smoke. The floor swam in blood and oil. The iron chair on its dais stood alone, empty, already becoming the myth of another story. They drove toward the eastern arch, the one that led to the long corridors back toward the old catacomb spines. The freed had torn the door from its hinges. The passage beyond yawned like a throat. Roxy shouldered through a knot of fighters and felt Kade at her back. She counted him every 3 steps without meaning to. He was still there. He was still breathing. She kept going. A monk with silver hair and a face like winter planted himself in the archmouth with a 2-handed sword that had slept beneath an altar between uses. He swung it in a wide, world-leveling circle that made demons flinch and humans duck. He was skilled and old and doomed. Roxy met the second stroke with the staff set across her body, felt the blade bite wood and stop, slid the staff up, turned his wrists and drove the end into his throat. He made a sound like someone trying to drink stones, and then lay down without choosing to. Kade pulled her by the sleeve before she could watch the body finish falling. "Keep moving," he said, voice ruined, eyes bright with adrenaline and something like grief. They crossed the threshold of the arch. The temperature changed by a finger's width. The air smelled less of blood and more of old dust again. The screams didn't follow as loudly here. They were still there. They were just farther away. The corridor ran straight, then bent, then straightened, the geometry of an old city's bone. Roxy glanced back once over her shoulder at the chamber they were leaving. Yeshua walked in the center of the room, the war turning inside out around him. Everywhere he looked, things stopped happening. A monk lifted a blade and found his hand open and empty. A demon sprang and found itself landing 10 feet to the side with the memory of a touch that had not hurt and had taken all the fight out of it. Then, the ground under their feet changed. The stone began to tremble with a new rhythm, deeper than the earlier quake. It rolled in long pulses that had weight. Dust shook from the ceiling in streams. Hairline cracks stitched their way across the arch ahead of them, then sealed again, then opened. The sound of the freed dimmed. Even the screams blew out like candles. Silence swelled from the dark ahead. A single voice came out of that silence, large enough to live in, soaked in old hate. Yeshua. The name landed like a blow. It was said with disgust and pleasure, as if the speaker had been hungry a very long time and now smelled a table laid before him. The word crossed the distance and scraped the stone as it came. You will never see the sky again. Your prison has become your grave. Shapes moved in the dark mouth of the next arch. The thing that stepped into view filled it and bent under it and kept coming. Its outline made no sense to the eye. It shifted between forms faster than knowing could keep up. Horns became antlers, became towers. Hands became hooves, became roots. Faces swam across its surface, and none of them were faces any mother had ever kissed. The air around it bent like heat above iron. The light from their lamps slid off it and died. Men who had been trying to kill demons and men who had been trying to kill Roxy stopped where they stood without deciding to. For one breath, the room was a single congregation, every head tilted up, every mouth open, every heart trying to find a slower beat. Yeshua stepped to Roxy's side without hurry. He did not raise his hands. He did not set his feet. "Ball," he said, calm as a greeting spoken on a road in daylight. "So you're still here." Chapter 26.
"I've always been here."
The voice came from everywhere at once, low, rolling, and alive. The walls of the cavern seemed to breathe with it. Shadows twisted like smoke and recoiled again.
"Controlling everything that has happened since your untimely defeat."
Ball stepped forward. His form shifted with each breath. Horns melted into shoulders. Shoulders became wings that folded and collapsed into themselves. When he moved, it was like watching a mountain crawl. His breath steamed the air, thick with the smell of sulfur and rot. Yeshua stood as still as light in glass. "It was not defeat, old one," he said softly. "It was simply a rest." Ball laughed. The sound cracked the stone above them, shaking loose dust and bone. He turned his head and spat. The spit hit the ground near them and sizzled, burning a black hole into the marble until it hissed and smoked. Yeshua's eyes lifted to the writhing mass. "Where is your brother?" Ball's chest rippled like tar catching fire.
"Off doing what he does best, stirring up anger and war."
He began to circle slowly, his shape blotting out the light as he passed between the torches.
"Did you know, old enlightened one, that there has been a constant, non-stop war raging in your name, and his, since you were brought here? The monkeys tear each other apart in devotion to ghosts. It's a delicious game. The blood quenches the ground and turns it in my favor."
Yeshua leaned forward, his voice warm and true. "I have an appointment with him when we're done here. He can't hide from his debt for long. He has many things to answer for." Ball's eyes didn't waver.
"Yah can do as he pleases wherever he pleases. He has never been interested in the politics of man or council."
Ball's grin split sickeningly wide, a gash of fire opening through a face that barely stayed one shape long enough to read.
"That's my department. He only cares for blood and war."
Yeshua almost smiled. "So nothing's changed?" Ball laughed again, a deep, hollow thunder that sent ripples through the air.
"Nothing at all, and yet here we are again. Tell me, what is it you have planned here, little light? What great salvation have you come to perform in my house?"
Yeshua's voice remained steady. "What I always have, to free what was never meant to be bound. My friends and I have pressing matters. We must leave."
"Leave?"
Ball's form flickered higher, blocking out what little illumination remained.
"You are never leaving here. None of you."
The air bent as heat swept through the cavern. A pulse of darkness rolled outward from Ball's chest, a wave of black smoke that stank of iron and burnt salt. It struck Roxy and Kade where they stood. They screamed once, short and sharp, then fell. The smoke cleared. Both bodies lay still. Skin gray, eyes glassed, fingers still half curled where they'd reached for one another. Ball's laughter filled the chamber, shaking dust from every crevice.
"You see," he roared. "You have no place here anymore. Your time ended when you knelt before man's weakness."
Yeshua looked down at them. Something inside him changed. The warmth around him dimmed, contracting into a single white point in the air. When he looked up again, his voice had lost its softness.
"You should not have done that."
The cavern shuddered. The freed and the damned alike drew back into the shadows. Even the demons that had feasted moments before shrank against the walls. Baal's laughter faltered, echoing once and then hanging unfinished in the heat. Yeshua took one step forward. Chapter 27. Baal rushed forward to meet him. The giant mass of fire and shadow surged forward, the ground splitting beneath its charge. Columns snapped, stones screamed. Yeshua did not brace, he simply changed. Light erupted around him, not blinding, but absolute. His form dissolved into white smoke and mist that stretched and climbed until it met Baal at equal height. The two forces struck, and the world went silent for a heartbeat before the sound came, a thunderclap that broke the air itself. Smoke and brilliance tangled together, twisting through the cavern like storms made of light and darkness. The walls bowed under their force. Gravity bent, stone lifted, and shards of the floor hung weightless in midair. Shapes appeared within the chaos, faces of angels, beasts, stars, then vanished again. For an instant they were gone. Then they reappeared. Yeshua stood at the center of the cavern once more, small, human, calm. Beneath his foot, the mighty Baal whimpered in the form of a tiny, trembling monkey, eyes wet and pleading.
"Please,"
Baal stammered, voice thin as paper.
"Have mercy."
Yeshua looked down, eyes full of sorrow. He lifted his foot. "You are forgiven, old one. Rise and go and sin no more." The little creature blinked, and in that blink, the cavern filled again with Baal's true form. His chest heaved, pride twisting against fear. He lowered his head, hatred and confusion fighting behind his eyes. Yeshua turned away. He knelt beside Roxy and Kade where they lay still on the ground. His hand touched each of their foreheads. The light that spread from his fingers was soft, warm, immediate. Their eyes opened. They drew in breath as though surfacing from deep water. Kade gasped and clutched his chest. What happened?" Roxy blinked, confusion and awe warring in her face.
"We were
dead," Yeshua said gently. "Not anymore." They struggled to their knees, still dazed, when Baal's snarl rolled through the chamber. He reached for the spear of destiny where it had fallen among the ruins. The shaft hissed against his palm, glowing with stolen heat.
"You forgive too easily, little light,"
Baal hissed.
"It is a weakness that will get you killed again."
He swung. The blade never landed. A light beyond any star tore through the ceiling, a column of radiance pure and soundless until it struck. A hand of white fire, vast, perfect, and blinding, drove straight down, palm open through the roof of the cavern and hit Baal with the force of a collapsing world. The impact came as a single clap, so deep it shook dust from the marrow of the stone. The floor rippled like water under thunder. Whips of black smoke exploded outward, curling and shrinking into themselves. Heat rolled through the catacombs in one long breath. When it cleared, Baal was gone. Only a faint scent of scorched iron lingered. The hand withdrew into the light. The ceiling healed, seamless, and silence returned, heavy and sacred. Roxy and Kade crouched behind Yeshua, shielding their eyes. He looked up toward where the hand had come, and a small, serene smile crossed his face. "Thank you, Father," he said quietly. Then he turned to them. "Rise, my friends. It's time to go." Chapter 28. The tunnels trembled behind them as they went. The air still smelled of smoke and sanctity, the mingled breath of what had lived and died in those catacombs. Stone arched low, sweating with moisture. Every step through the flooded corridor sent ripples ahead into the dark. Yeshua walked first, the faint light that moved with him enough to keep the path clear. Roxy and Kade followed in silence, the only sounds the water at their knees and the soft roll of their breathing. Behind them lay ruin, chains broken, prayers undone, the Vatican beneath the earth collapsing in on its own sin. Before them, the passage widened until the roof peeled away and the air opened to the sound of dripping water and distant wind. They stepped into a cavernous grotto, the floor awash in shallow water that caught the glow of Yeshua's presence like liquid glass. The air was cool and pure. Stalactites hung like teeth above them, but the far wall shimmered with daylight and the first real light they had seen in what felt like centuries. Kade sank to one knee, letting the water lap against his hands. "We made it," he whispered. "We're alive." Roxy turned, watching Yeshua. He stood in the middle of the grotto, gaze lifted toward the opening where morning poured through like a promise. "This is where we part," he said softly. "You will not see me again in this lifetime, but take heart, I am not gone. I have always been, and I will always be." Kade stood, eyes shining in the half-light. "But after everything, after what we saw, how do we just go back?" Yeshua smiled gently. "By living, by choosing love where others choose power. That is how it has always begun." Kade's shoulders shook. He stepped forward and fell into Yeshua's arms, pressing his face to his chest. "I don't deserve your presence," he whispered. "My child," Yeshua said, resting a hand against the back of his head. "You are exactly as you were meant to be. I am so very proud of you, Eamon Kade, and I love you. When your time comes and you shed this form, I will be there to guide you into the light. That is my promise." Kade broke, sobbing quietly, then stepped back, wiping his face. Yeshua turned to Roxy. The warmth of him seemed to fill the grotto. Even the air tasted brighter. "Roxy Kane," he said, "you have carried more courage than any soul I have seen in a long age. Your father is proud of you, and so am I. What you and Eamon have done here will never be forgotten." She tried to speak, but the words caught. He reached out and drew her close. The world fell away as his arms closed around her. Warmth, light, and something beyond both poured through her until she felt her heart rise and quiet all at once. He kissed her forehead. "I love you, my child. When you shed your form, I will be there to meet you in the sky." Tears streamed down her cheeks as he stepped back. The light around him deepened, soft and radiant. "Until we meet again," he said. "Go with love, and go in peace." He smiled once more, bright, human, endless, and then his form dissolved. The mist of him lifted like morning fog, curling upward until nothing remained but the glow of the grotto and the whisper of water. Roxy and Kade stood in silence. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Kade lifted a trembling hand and pointed toward the mouth of the cave where daylight poured through the rocks. "Look," he said. Through the bright veil of sunlight, a shape moved, tall and graceful, wings unfolding like flame before fading into the sky above. They watched until the light swallowed it completely. Roxy took a long breath. You think anyone will believe this? Kade managed a small, odd laugh. Doesn't matter. We both know the truth of what happened to you. They turned toward the light and began to walk. Chapter 29. Morning light pooled across the cobblestones of Prague like molten glass. The rain from the night before had washed the city clean. Every roof dripped silver. Every street shone like mirrors. The Vltava rolled quiet under the bridge outside, gray and full, its surface catching the faint reflection of the sun climbing over the spires. Inside Luca Veris Antiquarian, time behaved differently. Dust motes drifted in golden columns through the air. Books leaned in familiar poses, old friends listening to the hush. The smell of paper, cloves, and lamp oil lingered like a constant heartbeat. Voltaire occupied his throne on the counter, tail draped neatly over his paws, watching the world with the composure of something that had seen too much and approved of very little. Luca poured tea into 3 porcelain cups. The kettle hissed softly, filling the silence. He wore his usual gray vest in tired elegance, sleeves rolled, ink on his fingers. I must say, he began, voice low and amused, it's been a strange week for the world. Roxy smiled faintly. That's one way to put it. He gestured to the newspaper folded on the table. The headlines sprawled in 3 languages, accompanied by images of devastation. Vatican City destroyed. Earthquake and volcanic eruptions devastate Holy Land. Luca tapped the print with an inky fingertip. They're saying the entire foundation collapsed. Gone. Catacombs, basilicas, relics, all of it. The Tiber turned to steam. The sky over Rome glowed for hours. The world will have to learn to move on without its shepherds. He lifted his cup, eyes glinting. Though, personally, I think mankind's done enough wandering on its own. Kade's smile was tired but real. I think we'll manage just fine without them. Roxy sat beside the window, watching the light crawl up the glass. Maybe the world needs to find its own faith again, not something manufactured for power, she said softly. Voltaire jumped down and rubbed against her leg before climbing up to the windowsill, staring into the morning. His purr filled the brief quiet that followed. Luca studied their faces. Would either of you like to talk about what happened down there? Roxy and Kade exchanged a look. Kade shook his head. No, not really. Roxy added. Just know it was miraculous. The rest, it belongs down there. Luca nodded once, the way men do when they already know the answer. Then it stays there. Sometimes the world needs its mysteries. He leaned back, exhaling through his nose, the faintest smile tugging at his mouth. Still, he said, miracles have a way of finding you two. If you'd like to go below, I've been charting something new. The archives have turned up some records that survived the fire. I think I found a job right up your alley, Roxy. Roxy looked up, brow raised. You never stop, do you? Luca shrugged lightly. If I stop, I start thinking. Thinking leads to remembering, remembering leads to drinking. He smiled and took another sip. So, what do you say? One more adventure? Roxy looked at Kade. He was already smiling, that weary, restless grin of someone who'd seen too much and still wanted more. She reached over and scratched Voltaire under the chin. I can't wait, she said. Luca nodded once, satisfied, and turned the hourglass on the table. The sand began to fall. Outside, the bells of Prague tolled noon, echoing through the city like a heartbeat starting over. Roxy stood, took her jacket from the back of the chair, and slung it over her shoulder. You think the world will ever know what really happened? Kade's eyes followed the light spilling through the window. No, he said. But maybe it's better that way. He looked down into his tea, then met her gaze, voice quiet and certain. We spend our lives unearthing gods, he said. I just hope this one forgives us. Roxy smiled faintly. If anyone will, she said. It's him. Voltaire yawned, tail curling, as the last of the tea cooled beside the paper that spoke of the end of a holy empire. Roxy raised her cup. To one more relic recovery. This has been A God in Chains, written by B. Humphrey, narrated by Kai Lanner. Copyright 2024-2025 by B. Humphrey. Production copyright by B. Humphrey.